to get your information. So the spoon to be part of the spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon realization.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to the spoon, you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to the spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moroccan, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Panjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepa, regulate my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, party. TV. Yes, party. Spoon TV. Spoon. Spoon entertainment. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to the spoon, you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to the spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moroccan, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Panjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepa, regulate my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari.
Spoon, spoon,
The South End, Dodgers on the beach.
to the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be faster. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon.
Well, if you want to get the information, you want to be part of the national discourse, you want to know what is happening in Liberia,
In Liberia,
you want to know what the news is,
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening.
what the analysis are about the trending national issues, you want to hear Liberians speak
In
out
Africa,
on the different issues that are of concern, just tune to Spoon.
you just want you ain't know.
You definitely know what's happening in Liberia.
I thought that bitch.
I'd like to welcome you. Thanks to all of you for joining us tonight. This is Spoon Talk. We're back on the radio. We're live on Spoon FM 107.5. We're live on several other frequencies across the country as well.
Their decision.
Thanks to Trust FM in Bomi County, Premier FM in Bong, Trend Radio in Grand Crew,
In it.
Radio Yalaman in Seklipi Nimba County, Bashu FM in Margibi County,
Spoon.
and all the other radio stations across Liberia that will most times relay the program even without telling us.
You broke.
It's going to be another great edition of Spoon Talk tonight, the first edition
Yeah,
for this week,
yeah. You just spoon.
starting the week
If you eat keep on crazy like my brother, you just spoon.
with Spoon Talk.
You got a sporty.
Is indeed something that you just don't want to miss. So welcome, my name is Nelson Colette.
Yeah.
Thanks to all of you joining us by radio. We're streaming live across the world on our social media handles as well.
Safara.
Thanks to all of you joining us on Spoon TV on Facebook, Fabric TV on Facebook, Super TV on Facebook, and of course on YouTube, Spoon Talk Live, our YouTube handle.
Spoon TV.
My name is Nelson Colette. Let me welcome you, Philip Sanon. Thank you for joining us. Weata Sibo, thanks for joining as well. Philip Bala, we appreciate you. Vermont Richardson, thank you for coming on tonight. Kindly share the show as you join us. It doesn't matter where you're joining from. We appreciate if you were to just share the show across your social media handles, in your chat rooms, in your WhatsApp groups. Let's keep sharing the program tonight. So as we always do, the first segment of the program is dedicated to you. So you get to speak out on the different issues that are of concern to you. Just anything you want to talk about, whether about health, education, sanitation, you want to talk about the environment, you want to talk about the issues affecting you in your communities, just anything. The first segment of the program is basically for you, the viewers, the listeners, to speak out on the different issues that matters the most to you. So we're going to be doing that tonight. I'll put a WhatsApp up. But again, keep sharing the program. Oscar Zigben, thanks for joining us. Gabriel Warmer, thanks as well. Juku Tene Roberts, thank you for joining us as well. John Liple Flomo, we appreciate you. Bradley Moore, thank you for joining us. Samuel Masakwe, thanks as well. Samuel Weya, we appreciate you from Buchanan City, Grand Bassa County. That's where you're joining us from tonight. P. Allison C1, thank you for joining us as well. Nathaniel K. Hill, James Benjamin, Michael Nimani, Myers Trudy, Lucini Toure, all of you. Prince Yenzi, A-boy, thanks to everyone for joining us tonight. It's going to be a great show. Sekou, thank you for joining us. Donzo Sekou, Rebecca Grisby. Just keep sharing the 0555-101075 is the number to call tonight, and you'll be live on the program. Spoon Talk 0555-101075 is the number to call tonight. You'll be live on Spoon Talk. So go to the phone lines. Take our first caller here. Let's see if we talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Hello. Hello, sir.
Hello, how are you?
I'm okay. It's good to have you on. What's your name and where you joining us from?
This is I'm calling from Sheffield.
Okay, what's on your mind? Let's hear you.
Yeah, so thank you very much. Next thing, the other time, I only want on the show material. I wanted CO measurement and CO2 to get the mixing that time. You are not getting to me.
Ah.
Yeah, sometimes see somebody want to give up for to somebody.
Okay.
Maybe,
Okay.
maybe I
So.
want him for him to talk on certain things, but I'm afraid I just plan to do it in that way. So I told you and looking for him to make you on the show. Then when you're talking to him, then how you say, but then get to the minute next day, but I did not get to me.
Okay. So what we'll do? Let have much time. Just give me the number that is active, please.
Just on 63,
Yeah.
Safa,
Yeah.
it is on.
But all your numbers. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So this one is
Yeah,
good.
my way,
All right.
almost
Thank you.
the
Thanks a
same.
lot. Thanks a
And then
lot. We
my question
appreciate
has
you.
to do with the police station. Police that I've been going for the past 20 days. I see no accountable police station. All the police stations in Liberia, when you go to the they are defective. They are not. I
Hmm.
want to do alcohol. Let it. The play is very tight and no confusion play for people. Even say that when you enter
So
that play,
so
the play
so
just
so
stand
what
back.
what's your call? What's the way forward?
The way for I want for government to come in even the education.
Thank you.
But
Thank you for your
we lack
input.
of infrastructure. That's what it's something for.
Thank you. Let's go there. Take this person. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Hello,
Yeah, good evening. Next year, I'm Oscar. I'm calling from City.
Oscar. Go ahead. You're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, next year, what on my mind has to do with the armed forces of Liberia.
Mhm.
Next thing, as you know, the armed forces of Liberia are the uh, first class officer of the country. But next year, to almost surprise, when you look at the salary of the armed forces of Liberia, it's less than 90, like 175 or 200 US. What can I see them? So we cannot have the army in the country while one minister and director there vehicle is using about 3,000 US gallon or US dollar gas a month. The opposite send 2,000 up to fraction. So they have not able to pay anything for themselves. So I'm calling upon the government. Let them see reason. You cannot pay assistant minister for more than 1,000. And the opposite are taking the of the opposite of Liberia.
Thank
Nothing
you
is
for your
very
input. We
exemption
appreciate
to see
you.
our opposite
Um,
going down without nothing, except when you go for peacekeeping. You don't have to teach the opposite and you be paid to go for peacekeeping when you can't achieve for yourself. It's not called for. So I'm calling
Thank you.
upon the government to see reason. They keep the rescue in Liberia.
Oscar
Also,
Zigwent, let's hold you there, sir. Thank you. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Let's hear you. Hello. Hello. We go back to the phone lines. Keep your calls coming to 0555 You'll be live on the show tonight.
Let me ask you that. Would that part the government
This one. All right. So let me quickly swish and we'll be back shortly. Stay with us, don't go.
Coming with the spoon, and your boy right in the south end. On the beat.
To the food to get your information. To the food to be fashion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. News update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon.
Okay, so welcome back, folks. I am hoping that the internet is better this time. Following the adjustments here. So let's go back to the phone lines. Take your calls 0.
Good evening to my peace people of the Republic of Liberia, and good evening to you, Dirk. Pero next week in studio in Liberia. By the way, the introduction, I'm a found Nextly, in advocating for the reopening of the university, we support represented all as a nation our state-run university to be hearing and struggling to earn 200 tax for the university to be reopened. But gratefully, today university is open for other activities. And instructional period, I believe, because normally in our society, when the school open the first week, they can see there's no good school. But administratively, the university are open. And I also call it on the Alumni Association of the University of Liberia and philanthropy of this country and humanitarian to please seek, reading, and try to help to upgrade the university, to bring good instructional materials, academic materials that students will have access for research. We need research center. We need a good laboratory. We need
Okay.
a good library. These are the facilities the university needs, and these licenses that we are faced with. So it's not good for our faculty staff or our president of the university, Dr. Mapaya, to be struggling to get 200,000. Well, by the help of God, our intervention on school network, they all came out and today university open.
Thank you for
But
your input tonight.
the
We
university
appreciate it,
being
sir.
upgraded is noted as one of the most up.
Fight for the corruption or anything that against where really need to fight is two in one.
Okay.
No, I always hearing of what justice for the poor. Why justice for the poor? What do we use that word in the constitution? Nah, the justice for the poor and for the rich. Can I know that money so they look can I know they come around a building and left it there. But the ordinary people they fuck the baby man because they get blood. They are poor blooded animals. Then lastly, certain words say the brain of the cabinet they know how soon how can I have a star? Business they financially Ghana way all around in Morovia. Jeez, they Ghana can sell the gasoline on the street, the retailer. They see they put the gasoline around here. They put the gasoline was see the took care of then they run with. For example, cabinet building brand new. So I don't know the cabinet building brand have gone away that today again on the 60 the gasoline are there. So they say moving for the over political. That's what they do all the time. But they say gasoline when they come for the retail on the shoe. Let's say you can see it, right? You can see it. So I mean,
Okay.
the government
Thank you.
need business only against. People yes, but no justice in this country. And the president needs to look into it or not, especially when and the whole African party, you can even say that they call themselves law enforcement. They're sitting over there in the
Thank you for your input. Let's hold you there and take another person. Hello. What are you joining? Hello.
Actually, I listened to the finance minister today on the state broadcaster. He spoke well, very. I admire his deliberation today. He talked about progress being made, the role. Texas, Texas, we have to the Northeast and NTA bosses as well. He said that is progress, and I
Yeah, Charles Dylan, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, my man have to do it was not really nothing.
Okay.
Very long. I'm just only for the
Where you calling from? Okay.
Yeah, the US rate to look go bad with the US people can see more another money for it. So we really want the president to look into it and tell concerning whether they raise one of the really factual stable or the rate go past to the put them, they try to change your money. You can see the
Thank you. Going so low, a sharp decline in the exchange rate, but the prices of basic commodities remain so high, excluding the rice, that we're now seeing the price of rice drop. The price has dropped, to 2,000 Liberian dollars or so. But aside from that, all other commodity prices remain the same, but the exchange rate continue to drop. You know, so if you look at the take more calls.
But something with the guest, anyway, I don't blame them.
Those all start making fun, even the gifting. Sometimes, you know, you lead the panelists when you sound very, very well for us. And what's with that? Talk to your panelists. I mean, when you see people, if the show like it becomes to be a propaganda show. I mean, you said the show for the Liberian people, but it becomes so propaganda that I mean, you just say things against people like the future caller just said. You treat your guests as your guests. And when let me be frank to you, it's good you are informing us. There are some secret documents getting out there. I mean, I just don't know how the government taking the bill like, but there are documents. Are you getting it looks somehow fishy? How do you get the documents out?
Thank you. 5101075. Hello, your name?
Hello?
Where you call from? Let's hear you.
Let's call it. How are you?
I'm okay, sir. It's good to have you on. What's your name, sir?
Yeah, this is one of the DJ from Ivory Coast working to Radio Ivory Coast in Abidjan. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm good.
As it coming down, let it take plus come down.
Okay.
Let it over structure 200 for dollar, and then every that 850 for father. So that plus come down, everything come down.
Okay. Thank
They
you.
coming down, that plus come down. I
Thank you
think
for
the pound is hour.
All right. Thank you. Hello, your name and where you call from?
Yeah, thank you. This is Emmanuel, Jason, and the conversation from Central Moravia.
What's on your mind?
Yeah, the first thing that on my mind It's about the U.S. rate, right? We do that. You will see that policy that I don't think doing. This is why you see the rate is coming down. You go to the Bureau Bureau, no labor day you can find. The government is holding, central bank is holding the labor day, and they got to stop that. And the next thing I want to commend people water spoon. Look, the very guys who are criticizing on the water spoon, they were the same guys who were here, but the spoon 2.5 is there. Since the radio station was funded a spoon and apparently have been conducted.
Thank you for your input.
Yeah, that's my concern how to do with the nobody want to do so. They say, address your station. Please talk to the commissioner to make sure that whether he does not have the capacity to do that, he will not be. Because that's the reason when they give him a job. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your input, this person. Hello? Hello? Good evening. You are live. Let's hear you.
This is Emmanuel B. Jones from Paragraph 103.
Let's hear you, Mano.
For those who complaining against me. You see, one thing I've tell the behind mama, when somebody do wrong, let us criticize the person wrong, then we'll go further. This is one of the reasons Liberia continue to go backward. Everybody get our people to back them. People will take phone and call, say, oh yeah, the other minister. People will leave the issue and then they will back them. So the only way the country will move forward was to do wrong, let us discuss the wrong, and then we'll go further. But if we don't do this, Liberia will continue to remain at this. Because President get part of forward, President do wrong, other President Praga, when citizens coming power, citizens get part of forward, citizens do wrong, everybody pass citizens. So at the end of the day, the country will not go nowhere, my brother.
Thank you. Thank you for your input, sir. Hello? Your name and where you call from? Let's hear you. Hello?
Thank you, brother. Crying on me every day. I'm correct lawyer,
All
or
right.
you're allowed to feel it.
Yeah. So, a great concern. It's very important that such an issue we do all of the balancing everything of air before bringing it on, because at the end of the day, what you're
Mhm.
presenting is your own side of the story. Is also very important to hear from the former senator, Senator Yala, to know what his own side of the story is. But that's a concern from you at the moment. You've already let us know that
Doing about it.
you're asking what is the government doing about the soldiers
Yes,
pension.
yes.
Okay. What do you want the government to do about them?
Very issue there.
Nursing, the things is embarrassing. We don't have use for it. Like the librarian dollar, they gave you the points, and you don't have anywhere to carry it. So let they change the points. We have use for it. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your input tonight. Hello.
Yeah, and good evening. My name is John. I just something.
Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Thank you. I have to,
Okay.
to fit in everybody's situation.
Hmm.
But nothing of the recent drop in the exchange rate. I want the government to take a keen look. The boys who are changing money on the various hours, they are doing it almost like they are incriminating people. Nothing. If you went and ask us, and he said to you, there is 190 or 187. The CEO used to derive at that point, if it is true, because the minister said you got to guess that the CEO saying,
Okay.
a bloody fire.
Does you have an issue with the internet again? It's still buffering. Guys, Nelson was so settled for a bit.
Yeah. We'll be good.
Nelson, we can hear you. I can take calls from this end. If you're having a problem till your internet can reset,
okay.
I can take calls from this end. What do you think?
Yes, sir. I think we can do that in the meantime. Let me switch again because I'm on the backup. I was on the actual internet. I went to the backup. Let me switch. Let me get back.
How many
on
times you
the other
switching?
internet.
Lord have mercy. How many times Nelson switching?
I
You
switched
switching 5
twice
times?
now. I switched. Yeah.
Don't just
2
stick with
times.
one. Just stick with the
So-
backup, right? Stick with the backup. Later on, we can go back to. Let's stick to one. I don't know. How many
Yeah, we
different
only
how many internet provider you guys have? How many?
So we have.
I mean, we need we somebody got to call Clarence Massaquet or Patrick Honda and all these guys. But the internet is bad in the country. How many you got? Okay, we're going to go to the phone line on this end while Nelson trying to reset the internet. We got a lot of stories today, but hey, Nelson. Hey, Allah. Hey, go. Nelson, you can hear me? So that sign language we're on now yet. Look at Fubi coming in the back. You can hear me, Nelson?
I can hear you, sir. I can hear you. I can hear you.
So how many internet services we have? How many internet providers?
Oh, you mean we have so many providers in the country?
No, we have. How many spoon got? Not in the country. How many spoon got?
we can disclose all of our you know, but we
a security issue again.
We have
You have 3? All right. We'll do this show today. I know we will do this show today. What? My man waiting for you.
Different providers that we're dealing with.
How many, Nelson? How many we got?
Oh, okay. No, sorry, I didn't get the question, CEO.
How many internet provider we have? How many internet provider the network
have? Okay, so we have 3. We have 3.
Okay, call the name. Call the name. We got 3, right? Call the name. Let them people how bad they are. No, call the name. Let them people how bad they are. We got 3 internet providers and they are bad like that. Call the name, Nelson.
It will be our rig, sir, given the service we provide, and yeah.
Well, we are raised. We pay them. Call the name. Call the internet provider names.
Okay, I'll text it to you. I'll text the names to you.
Text it to me. I will call it. They are bad internet providers stealing from the Liberian people. Wait, that's secret or not? Is that secret?
No, I'll text the names to you.
But call the name, Nelson. Call the name.
So, CEO, what maybe we're trying to avoid too is that anybody knowing the specific providers, you know, have a way of, you know, even causing more problems for us. So, yeah.
But who cares, my man? But wait, man. Why internet provider name say you scared? You think I'm scared to do it? Call the name. Because you let a man telling you that I swear she scored 50 the last time.
Well, then she scored 50.
She scored 69 the last time. And let her tell you now, call the name. You send me the name, I will call the name. I mean, the police stealing from the Liberian people. You pay a lot of money, right? And this is what you got. This is what they gave you. Can you imagine? They got blessings say you smart. Call the name. You like it. Nothing like it. You feel taking pay for the month. I'm gonna hold it pay. Nothing call it poor name. Sell it to me. No say you must sell it to me. I mean, what's the name? You got what? Orange? You got what's the other people's name? This is bad. These people are just taking free money and working with some members in the government. Call the names. We gotta call the people name. I will call these people name. Nelson text it to me. Call the names, please. Call the names. This is an embarrassment. Look at Diamond say I shouldn't call the name. You're sending those people name. I will call the name. You're sending it to me. This is a pure embarrassment. We can't even do our show good because the internet is bad. It's bad in the country. You send me the name? Okay, go ahead. Send me the name.
Yeah, I'm typing it right now.
Somebody giving us a Starlink package tomorrow. Thank God for you, please. Thank you very much. I want to ask what I'm gonna call his name. You will say no. Yeah, man. Every day we want to have the people show, and you guys do this to us. Every day we want to have the people show. We got good show. Gafan went over there again and lied. I want to really debunk Gafan. Nobody do the Musa Benete. They reduced Musa Benete from 35% to 5%. I want to talk about it. The president came early to the UNGA, 3 weeks to the UNGA. I want to talk about it. The resignation of charisma. I love to talk about the resignation. The off-budget expensive. Everything Gafan also said, because I say he's a bloody liar, he turned around and said, spend a comment. You're a bloody liar, Gafan. We got to talk about it today. Call me the internet people name, let me call the name. People taking people money, and guess what happened? They are not providing the services. Call those internet people name, let disgrace them. Let's tell the nation who they are. Call their names. Yeah, man, Jeremiah Newfound, you're right, man. That Nelson don't want to call the name. I will find a name. I will find a name. Nelson, I will give you extra $50. Call the name. Call the internet, but I will find a name. I look in my phone. I know somebody going to give us. I will give you a Starlink package tomorrow. It's cool and efficient. Thank you very much. Should I call your name? Let me put the person on the call and ask if I will call the person's name. I mean, you give you a donation, we'll call your name. We won't get secret like Gafan. Most of Gafan people then they are hustler at the Ministry of Finance, so Gafan covering for them. We expose them today. So let me call the guy. You want me to call your name? Since you're giving all the Starlink, you want to make that announcement on the show? Oh, make the announcement now. Okay, don't call your name, just make the announcement. Yeah, but hold on now. You live. You live. Don't call your name though. You live. What are you saying?
I said tomorrow I will send a package, a Starlink package, the biggest package to you tomorrow. It's very efficient, and then you will not have problem with internet. And then I will have the subscription on my card, so every month will get deducted from my card.
Oh wow, wow. So wait. Let me ask you, because you own the people network. So this thing are free thing, right? I owe you. I do nothing for you, right? Wow. Yeah, we gotta be very clear. The message you're gonna give the biggest Starlink package, and you're gonna subscribe, and they will be taking once you got Spoon Talk on. The man gonna pay for it. A good Liberian. That's what we're talking about. The man gonna pay for it. A lot of people say, no. Somebody said they want to contribute again. God, we got one already. Yeah. I know you guys love your Spoon network. You love the Spoon Talk. We want to say thanks to the man. I think before the day I will call the man name. The man name start with J. I will wait. Now if you give me the package that I will call him name. No, this guy a good guy. You know, during the election time, he supported Jose Ima Bwaka. He get $10,000, and he gave us, I think, 5 motorbikes during the election time. That was it. This person, if you go by and play, you will know who I'm talking about. He's in Liberia. He get $10,000 US cash, and he get 5 motorbikes. A faithful follower of Spoon Network. A faithful follower of Spoon Network. And we said thanks to him. We really do. I mean, you get some people that are watching the show, they get, and this thing, I won't call his name, I have beat him, but I will not call his name. So the message I will waste. Now if you give me the internet, something I will call the menu. Well, there's too much of secret in that country. But I want to say welcome to the show. We're so happy to have you. Again, a lot of people watching, a lot of people want to contribute. We say thank you. Thank you very much. So tomorrow they're going to install the biggest Starlink package. We'll arrive at the network and we're going to put it up and we'll be in Zigo. People trying to suppress. And Nelson say, I don't want to call their name. I don't know how you call them, but I will find their name in Liberia. I will call those internet providers their name. They are stealing from the Liberian people. I will call their names. I want to say to all of you, we got a lot of story for you today. Too many stories, plenty story, plenty. Oh my God. Did the university open today? Did the university open today? I'm just asking. Or Gafwan left there and already traveled? Because Gafwan coming to the UN. I don't know why. I don't know, finance minister. I thought a foreign minister should come to the UN. Gafwan, listen, that's a lot of mess. What this guy say? The whole GSC report. But one thing, have you guys seen the GSC report on the Central Bank of Liberia? That one will hit you so hard. The GSC report on the Central Bank of Liberia. Have you seen it? You see that on the finance? Man, Lord have mercy. I want to say to all of you, and wherever you're joining us from, I want to say welcome to another edition of the Spoon Network. So our brother Fadiga said he coming, but he ran away. I don't know where, but we'll see. He was coming to defend Gafwan. But what did Gafwan say this morning? What did he say? Nelson, did you listen to Gafwan?
Yeah, I followed the minister's presentation this morning on LBS. Yeah.
Yeah, so a lot of people, you followed, but you didn't tell me that you were following. You didn't send me the link. I was looking for the link. But I heard that he said a lot of BS. Bachelor of Science. That's what they call BS, Bachelor of Science. Nelson. BS means Bachelor of Science. So don't look at me like that.
Are they real Bachelor of Science?
Yeah, BS. But Gafwan get loud, though. Gafwan get loud by the way. Gafwan thing is the old days. That you can lie. Oh, we got the doctor here. Let me be careful. Dr. Fubi, F.A. Herrings. Dr. Fubi, looking sharp, man. You got a haircut and all. Before I come to Gafwan, let's talk about you. You looking sharp.
Yeah, so I'm back on base.
Oh, you in Ouagadougou?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You say once we tell you announce it, so I keep my thing.
You can listen, Fubi. You're a good listener. We respect you. You can listen. Because indeed, if you want to tell me I will announce it, I got a lot of stuff to announce today. Because today is Monday. The people waiting for the news. We got Musa Benete, they're taking 35 cents. They brought the man down to 5 cents. Man, this government. And you ask the people where the money going. It's not going back to the people. It's going back to something like Kuku Jumuku. Can you imagine that? Musa Benete has storage for 30, and we're talking about it. 35 cents you are making. They reduce it down to 5 cents. And they spread the money around. Somebody gets 7 cents, somebody gets 2 cents, somebody gets 10 cents. He said, well, the Liberian people ain't getting nothing. They share the money among themselves. But hey, it's not my business. Musa not my friend. I'm not from CMC. CMC will come to it. We'll discuss it. We will. We got another story again on Gafwan. They won't buy a pasma. Gafwan didn't even lie. And guess what? We are bringing the young man here. Say my own. Say Manco. That the man is Say Manco. Say Manco is coming tonight. Oh my man, the man is a cartel destroyer. But ladies and gentlemen, I got a breaking news. I say a big news on. Do you know they have finalized the investigation on the gentleman that accused the Liberian government, the NSA, the Liberian National Police of torture? Do you know, you really want to know the findings from the United States government? You really want to know the findings from the United States government? They have accused, this is big, my hand trembling. Fubi, my hand trembling, Fubi. I'm serious. This is big. They are holding the Liberian government of master torture, waterboarding. Fubi, I saw the document, right? And I can say to you, we are in trouble. Say anything you want to say, Fubi, you can assure me, right? I'm looking for it right now. I'm going to read it. And those that listen, Prince Steve Johnson, National Security Advisor Kofi Woods, they know what I'm talking about, because you know why? We got this from our sources. Let me read a portion of it. And I want the nation to listen and listen well. Hold on 1 minute, Fubi. We got this. I got to be very careful. This is big. This is big. I got to be very, very careful. the physical examination, the psychological assessment and correlation. I want us to go to the conclusion. The conclusion. Listen to the conclusion fully. After the report, and we'll discuss it tonight. They say based on the clinical history, physical findings, and psychological assessment, the evidence is hardly consistent with Mr. Lawson's allegation of torture. Somebody just send me that one line. Sodomization and waterboarding. I want us to pause. Listen, we are so informed that nobody can pull forward. I want you to share this. You know who they're talking about? For me, you know who they're talking about? You remember the story when they captured the guy?
When they fire at the Capitol?
They fire at the Capitol. When they capture him, you know that story, right? Andrew Lawson.
Yeah,
when they capture Andrew Lawson, they sodomize him. It is consistent. You know what sodomization is, right?
Yeah, penetrating anus.
They eat a in the butt. I want the people to come. This is wickedness. Waterboarding, they put the plaster on the man's head and they put a gallon of water to kill him. This is bigger than anything. You go ask Kofi Woods, ask Prince Johnson, the NSA director. This is huge. It is consistent to what Andrew Lawson said. They torture him. This is no joke. They torture him. They left him to die. And he wasn't alone. Man, we're in some serious trouble here.
Yeah, but I think the guys, the security guys, I don't understand. Sometimes that's what I tell them. You sign up with all these international treaties, you gotta obey them. You can't sign up for that.
This. They send the line, right? They send this. They say, listen. Based on the clinical history, physical findings, and psychological assessment, the evidence is hardly consistent with Mr. Lawson's allegation of torture. Specifically, sodomization, waterboarding. And we sit down here and think that the people carry on months of investigation and we think it's a joke. The people then, they have concluded that the Liberian government will engage and is engaged in massive torture. Who are involved? I can tell you who are named on the list. You'll sit there, you'll be praying, you'll think that Yama will all for. Who are involved? Names. They are not looking at the people that tell them, they are looking at the advisors, the directors. Who are involved? My body is trembling. How can you catch your fellow Liberian and you waterboard him and you torture him and they bend the man over and open your butt? Can you imagine? Who does? Are we back in the 1990 war? Who does that? Well, how can this government be found guilty in doing that? How can this government How can people in this government have the fingerprint on those things, Fubi?
Yeah, it's unfortunate. You know, some things that I told the guys, you just need to understand. If somebody plead not guilty, you can force the man to say you're guilty. So just take the man through the court. And that's why I tell them sometimes you got to go through the whole issue of that was sometimes I tell people say just go through Sasewu. Instead of wasting all our time in torturing somebody, having them in the back, all of those things not call for. You know, just if the man say he's not guilty, take him to court and formally charge him and let the court deal with the issues. So you don't have to go to the extreme to extort evidence or the man or force him to confess or so. Sometimes some of those kind of confessions, then they'll tell you say you forced me to confess, so I just had to say it.
I mean, I'm afraid. What I'm reading here, I mean, I cannot put it, I can do anything because somebody just called that line and they just flashed me. You know, flashing, they just flashed me. But I'm afraid. The National Security Agency, NSA, they are in trouble. Gregory Coleman and the Liberia National Police, they are in trouble. Oswald Twe, Justice Minister, who is the acting right now, he's in trouble. These guys don't have green card to come to America, but they are there torturing people. These guys then they are arresting them for America. They are torturing people. Kofi Woods, all part of the security team. All the guys they get a green card or citizen of green book in their pocket. How can you leave the great America and go to Liberia to torture people? How? Why? All the guys from Minnesota, from Maryland, from Philadelphia, all of them, you know, same day. He's here with the old man. He's coming. All of them. All of them. They work here. Some are citizens, some are green card holder, and they're going around torturing everybody. How can you do that? Look at this report. They concluded. It's consistent with what Andrew Lawson said. Uncle Sam, it's good to see you, Uncle Sam. It's good to see you. I'm shaking. I'm like, as Uncle Sam, I'm reading a report. Somebody gave me just the last line. I said, stand up, look at it. That's your government right there. You remember the young man that they had, you know, they took him out of the country, took him to all the best hospital. He went for medical, he went for assessment, treatment. All the investigation, the conclusion is yes, the Liberian government tortured him, sodomized him. They waterboarding on him, Uncle Sam. These are the findings.
Oh my God.
They have concluded. Can you, Nelson, can you give me Andrew Lawson picture? Please, somebody give me Andrew Lawson picture. I'm not even going to wait for a phone call again. I will just show it. It's there. I mean, anybody can say what they want to say. It's there. To tell you the truth, I'm saying this. I need Andrew Lawson picture right now. Uncle Sam, but you know the people. You know Andrew Lawson, he was at the NSA prison with Tom. And you know, Tom, they all were in the same prison.
Yeah.
You know. I'm trying to get Andrew photo. I'm trying to get Andrew photo here.
Yeah. I said, but Stanton?
Yes, sir.
I heard something about this case today that was really shocking, eh?
Which case?
You know, the case you're talking about, the arson case at the Capitol.
Yeah.
Do you know that the government is not presenting into evidence the report by the firefighters that came from the states?
No, they are not. That's not evidence. It's Vlad.
Wow.
But we said we had all the document that was turned over from the government to the defender. You don't have it? It's in the chat room.
Yeah, but I mean, look, what's up? You know, since I've been kind of busy, so you know,
like at working on 4 projects here, doing a lot of different things. My whole head hurting me, but I went someplace today, and
the government is not putting anything in. The government says they recognize them.
Yeah.
They say they recognize them, like you said.
Wow. Fubi, what's up, my piggy? You all right?
God morning, man.
God man, my man, I too busy in Liberia, man. What? Yeah. I left my house soon in the morning. I just coming back.
I'm saying you need a rest. You're an old man. You cannot do the 8 hours job. You need a rest.
Stanton, that's exactly what I told myself today. Imagine somebody think I will go get job to wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock, to be at my desk at 8:30, 9 o'clock, and work for 8 hours a day at my age. Then let me just die. What? It's not easy to do it. No, I can't make it. I can't make it.
You need a rest, Uncle Sam. You need a rest.
Yeah. But listen, Stanton, this is serious stuff, man. This is very serious stuff, man. But I can tell you, the government is trying to do something about this case. But there's an individual in the government whose reputation is tied to this case. He will not let it go, and that is the danger right there. Because the way it's going now, it's not going in their favor. It's not going in their favor.
Let me say this to you, right? Whosoever tied to this case, right? The case have taken a whole different turn. I'm not going to listen. If you tied to the case, you just got to forget it and let it go. So tell you the truth. The report I'm looking at, Uncle Sam, you got to understand. I don't know why I woke up this morning and I saw it in my inbox. I saw classified. But Uncle Sam, you know when they say classified.
Of course.
3 pages. I saw classified. I'm not going in detail. I'm not going to touch it. I tell the person, I said, take a report back. I don't got nothing to do with it. Whosoever said to me, I tell them, I say, I'll take a report back. Once they say classified, I don't want to be part of it. And you know what I'm talking about. But then you know what I did, Uncle Sam? I spied the conclusion just to make sure they have concluded something. And when I spied the conclusion, Uncle Sam, I was shocked.
Wow.
And I asked, I said, is this the conclusion? I will never ever share this. Soon I read the conclusion, I'm going to delete it. I don't want to do anything with it. Based on the clinical history, physical findings, and psychological assessment, the evidence is highly HIGHLY consistent with Mr. Lawson's allegations and of torture. Uncle Sam, I ain't going to go there. I ain't going to do anything. Just listen to this. It is consistent. Listen, this is specifically sodomization and waterboarding. Ongoing medical and psychological treatment is strongly recommended, including trauma-focused therapy and management of chronic pain. Okay, so what I said to you? What I said to you?
It was torture.
We have very trained Prince Johnson as National Security Advisor. We have very trained human rights lawyer Kofi Woods as National Security Advisor. Because you can say the NSA, the man is a National Security Advisor too. Prince Johnson is director of the NSA, so he's an advisor too. So I'm not making a mistake. You have very trained for over 30 some years, Oswald 12 as Justice Minister. You have Sam Gay that work in the security apparatus here in America, EPS director. You have Gregory Coleman that will bring all the old police and firefighter cabinet to Liberia. He running as police IG. And you're going to do that into a Liberia? Sodomization? Waterboarding? Are these guys mad? Is something happening with them? You have no fear? Princeton Johnson, the man can come to America in Philadelphia, the national security man, Princeton Johnson, he left there. He got his card in his pocket. Kofi Woods, right here, between Maryland and Delaware. Right here. Kofi Woods, New Jersey. His family right here in New Jersey. He lived here. You're talking about same day. Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, that location. Also 12, right here in Maryland. That work in the security. Oh, wait. Can you mute yourself? We got somebody putting something. Also 12, right here in Maryland. You know what? You can do that. And we're going to go to police director himself, Gregory Coleman, from Minnesota. Can you imagine that these guys, they have the green cards, some of them are citizens, and they engage the allegation that they were involved as national security team representing Liberia to torture Andrew Lawson? Who does that? Wake up, my fellow Liberian, wake up. We should condemn this. We should. Make no mistake, we should condemn this. Akaras, welcome me to the show. We got a lot to do today, man. I'm troubled. Guys, you need to share the show. I'm troubled. We got a lot to do today. This is complete embarrassment. You grab the young man, you took him way in Jade, you strip him naked, you bend him over, you hold your hand, and you sexually assaulted him in the butt. We gotta say it. I'm sweating. The AC on, but I'm sweating because it's embarrassing in Liberia. Great. Talk to me. Welcome to the show. Let's get in Zigo here. We got 3 more minutes. Let's get in Zigo. We'll talk about Gafwa is not an issue upon seeing this report. I will talk about it. You know, but let's talk about the seriousness of our country. Hey, Lord.
Oh, yeah. Stanton, good evening. I also want to say good evening to Stanton, just give me 1 minute. Let me call you back, please. Let me go on.
Fubi, let me bring you in, Fubi. That's the only thing they send me. Ellen L. Johnson, it's good to have you on, my sister. How you doing? Fubi, I'm concerned though. Something is concerning, something seriously is concerning you, Fubi. Talk to me.
Yeah, like I said, good evening, everybody. Like I said, it's unfortunate that you will have to torture somebody to try to get evidence of the person. For me, I don't subscribe to all of those things. Talk to the person, ask the person if you guilty or not. The person said they're not guilty. You have accepted the legal route, so use the code. Otherwise, I would tell the government to evoke Sasewu and clear that whole Supreme Court docket and court dockets and let all the people go and test Sasewu and see who guilty or not guilty. But we have said we want the legal process, which is marred by so many fraudulent activities. And there is something that the government needs to focus on, and you shouldn't be forcing evidence on the people. You shouldn't be forcing people to confess. Guilty or not guilty, the person says not guilty for them to call. If the person is guilty and willing to cooperate with the government, you work with them. They got all those legal remedy in the law. You can only prosecute them and work with them to go after the others. But if the person says they are not guilty, you got no reason to force them and try to extort compassion out of them by force to the point that you have to sexually assault them, especially males from the back. Those are things that I don't think we should be celebrating or should be seeing happening. And also they need to do better. I know all over the world, even America, they still do the same torturing, but it's not an excuse for Liberia to practice it. And talk to the people nicely, and if the man says, no, I'm not guilty, let him go. Take him to court. You got all that right to do that and make him do anything. Process him, and if he can't find bond, he stay in prison until the actual trial. But I don't think torture should be something that we should adapt as a country. Especially they assaulted them sexually.
Listen, we signed a treaty. We should go and find that. We signed a treaty, international treaty. And you are not torturing, Uncle Sam, the confusing thing here. You are not torturing on non-Liberian, you are torturing on Liberian. To extract information for an arson case. Uncle Sam, talk to me. I am shocked.
Yeah, but look, Stanton, you talk about him being sodomized like a man, maybe inserting in him, but it could be worse. They could have inserted foreign objects in his anus. They did that to a guy called Abner Louima. Remember in the Brooklyn case where those police officers went and grabbed him and they stretched him and they put foreign objects up in him. I mean, that's the worst form of torture. Worst form of torture. That's bad. You know, and Stanton, the where I was today, I was talking to some people, and this whole case is coming apart in terms of call logs, in terms of timing. Are you aware, Stanton, about 6:45 that morning, they arrested 72 people, okay, and took them to the police station. But the only people they kept were people connected to Mr. Kofa. Yes, because those people who were there early that morning when the police came, they arrested all those people. Also, there were police officers that were stationed on the scene, and there were many. And how did they allow arsonists to
Uncle Sam, we're talking about that. The reason why we've been holding this, Uncle Sam, we have the documents, right? I displayed some of them here. Most of them are phone log, that call logs. We'll talk about it. But you know what I'm talking about this? When I received that piece of information, I was shaking to know that the people have concluded their investigation into the torturing of Andrew Lawson. And since they have concluded the investigation, what next? Those names.
But
I don't know what President Boga going to do.
There should be immediate arrest of those people who tortured him. I mean, that would be
no, it got to go up. Now, I'm not talking about the people that torture him. It got to go up. You got Oxford Twelve. You got Gregory Kuma. You have Kofi Woods. You have Bushman Keita. You have Sam Gay. We are talking about Prince Johnson. These are people. These are folks that make and form part of the national security team. You have added Gillespie, but may his soul rest in peace. These are the people that are part of running the national security team in the country. They are telling you that torture and waterboarding and sodomization is allowed in the country. And we just can sit over here and believe their story. It's troubling. Documents it's confirmed. They did a medical, they went on a medical test. They saw prints in the member. Jackie, we'll take the car on the show, man. I want to describe this thing the way I should describe it, man. But I can't because we got a female here now. But the word, yeah, man. I want to describe this thing. Jackie, go in the back small. Let's put you in the back. Don't listen to this. So, Gray, I'm coming to you, right? The doctor took the pen light and they went in the man from the back and they looked at what they did. And we say, you're right, foreign objects they use. If this government.
So what you did, Bash, what I hear you?
He wants to see her face. He wants to see her face.
Yeah, I want to say when Susan man on. Yeah. For me, crazy. Yeah, she in the back, she not hearing me. She put cat in her ear. Yeah, man. But it's crazy. Great. Welcome to the show. I know this is not how we wanted to start the show, but to hear that Andrew Lawson, and I don't know, you got to stop sending me information. I woke up this morning, you sent me information, you didn't send me everything, you just sent me that line. But I know that it's troubling. And you know what I'm saying, Gray? I'm saying numbers. I'm saying coded numbers. Well, welcome to the show, Greg. Talk to me. Let's welcome Sis Jackie. It's good to have you, Jackie.
Yeah, Sis Jackie, good evening. Fandada Patrick's,
Hello.
Phoebe, Samuels, Sam Jackson. Look, Stan, we had a discussion and we came up publicly that there is a torture chamber in Liberia. Some of these torture chambers run between Magibi and Bon County and Bombing County and Monrovia. They take people to unknown destinations, including on the RIA road. These issues were flagged. The boy was not only sodomized, but he was raped. Under the rape law, it's a non-bailable offense. Forceful penetration is equivalent to rape. All that you are saying are the facts. Mental and physical torture, a very classified information. The government will be extremely embarrassed. And because they got the tip, let me tell you what happened. The Solicitor General, there's a serious dissatisfaction amongst government prosecutors. Serious. They are not paid the government prosecutor. They want to use the judge to indict Fanati and to convict them. The information we gather internally from the end of the prosecutors, very clear. They are disgruntled. They want to offer the judge 50,000. They carry out to 200,000, but it's not in line with that. That information is from the prosecutors. They want to convict them before this classified information become declassified in the public glare. They want to rush with conviction. That's what they want to do. It's a serious and grave matter that is unfolding. Now, take for example, the argument by the judge is very clear. How do we convict these people, Mr. Solicitor General, when the defense lawyer have exposed us, have exposed you people? They have strong argument. One of the arguments, for example, Edric phone was broken into December 20th. The police got a search and seizure warrant to load in the main phone January 9. Of privacy, broke into the main phone, took information from Edric phone on December 20th, because you were arrested December 18, released to his lawyer on December 19. Okay. And then later on in January, they called the lawyer to bring him back. By that time, they had broken into his phone on the 20th. They popped that information. Okay? There was no search and seizure. Then the police went and got a search and seizure on the 9th of January in 2025. They start taking people call log, just running around, including Fandara Patrick, is your name on the listing of call log. I think you saw it, right? Your name there. Okay. Maybe you saw it. The police, they broke your privacy. They got that. We said this thing before. All the OO criminals, some of the people that Ellen took from the police, some of the people that were involved into alleged armed robbery that have been brought back to the police, where people found watches with them from the armed robbery scene, and all of those things. These are the investigators. You talk to other bro, you say, Brian from Ghana, you hire him on the highway to your friend hotel for uncountable number of days. You try to tease him to get him money to lie. The boss say, I can't lie. Then you tell him you carry him to central prison or whatsoever. You understand? That is not only psychological torture, it's not only mental torture, physical torture. And these are damaging reports. And my Amla was dismissed for the police for lying. That somebody shot from CDC headquarters. He was dismissed. He's the deputy NSA director, I think, for operation. My Amla. You're talking about fighting drugs. You need to go look at all those things in the country when you talk about fighting drugs. These are the dangerous people. You go to the police, the chief criminals are there. You go to the NSA, the chief criminals are there. You go to other entities and agencies. You just tell the other friend, oh my man, you know, we're in the police before SOD, so kind of, we're there doing Ellington for the 12 years, so we'll bring you our consultant. All the Baba boys, I remember my history of being arrested. Maybe from that, I get history when you were in jail or being arrested, some of the things that happened to him. Okay, these guys are very dangerous group of people that will got here, ex-combatants and all, that are being used in the process and paid on secret payroll through the NSA. Some of these dangerous ex-combatants are being paid. Okay, and what kind of country are we running so? After all of these years of war, destruction, to imagine or saying that a country like Liberia at this critical stage, people will be talking about torture. People will be talking about raping your friend man in prison, not in prison cell, in the custody of state security forces. Somebody will be raped, forceful penetration. Okay? Not only that, you beat the person to confess. Imagine that. There's a heinous crime. This is against human dignity. This is not only destructive. Okay? If that's how we're going to run the country under a government of such, from the police director, his deputy, when I said, oh no, you are the call, because I know them. I've been to jail. I've been there before. I know what happened to me. I've been there. I'm a witness. I've been a political prisoner in this country. I know what happened. Even your private pass will be intimidated by them. They will use canned water on you and all. That's something that I've been through.
Thank you.
They will beat you. They will wound you. They will put you in mattress and flog you. Okay?
So great. Because we're going to start. Great, we're going to start this thing. It's a lot. I'm getting a lot of phone calls.
After you're talking about want to release 200,000 US.
Hold on 1 minute. Let's make this round. Let's make this round. We got a lot to talk about today. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. We were doing what we usually do off the cuff. Now we'll be getting into the conversation. We'll be talking about the finance minister and his press conference today. A lot of wishy-washy. We're talking about it. We're going to talk about these findings from the investigation concerning Andrew Lawson. We're going to talk about the information circulating on social media. Probably I'm going to be calling Amos 12 on the show tonight to talk to us about who getting the money. You know, the storage people used to have 35 cents. Now this government, our government, took away 30 cents and left only 5 cents with the storage people. Where that 30 cents going? Only the managing director of LPRC, he should explain. So I hope we can talk to him tonight. I want to say, every one of you, welcome. Junior CEO, Vendetta Patrick, it's good to see you, my friend. As always, let's welcome our sister, Jackie. I think her name is Jackie McKay, right, Jackie? Your last name is McKay, right? Jackie? Your name is Jackie McKay, right? I want to be correct now before you hold me in contempt. Yeah. Okay, Jackie McKay. I have a friend by the name of Kedo Makofa McKay. Maybe you're related. Akaris Gray, Uncle Sam, and Fubi. It's always good to have you guys. Let's have a great show. Let's get this thing off the back. Andrew Lawson. Andrew Lawson, this gentleman, quick off the back. The Liberian government, through the national security, arrested him. For so many days, he was in the NSA custody. We all followed the story in relation to the burning of the Capitol building. We all followed the story. Today, I woke up and I received information in my phone. The information I received that Andrew Lawson is not in the country. He's been going through investigation and through treatment outside of Liberia. And the findings from Vendetta Patrick, the 4 findings of that investigation is up to speed, and it's terrible. So I woke up with the conclusion of the findings. And I will read the conclusion. A lot of individual names, they will be questioned, or they have questioned them concerning sodomization and waterboarding of Andrew Lawson. He's not in the country. They're talking to medical doctors, taking the different hospitals, mental eval, psych eval. They have physical finding, clinical history, psychological finding, assessment. And it came with this, please, Fandela, listen. Based on the clinical history, physical findings, and psychological assessment, the evidence is hardly, H-I-G-H-L-Y. Hardly. It's very important that we spell that. Hold on, Vandela, is there you go. Consistent, highly consistent with Mr. Lawson's allegation of torture, specifically sodomization and waterboarding. Vandela Patrick, Jackie, let's hear you guys. I will come to you first, Jackie, and Vandela, you will go last on this one. Jackie, what say you about this conclusion on their findings?
Stanton, I would like to sincerely apologize. I was on the phone.
No problem, Jackie.
I had a call that just came through, so.
No problem, then. I want you to listen to Vandela Patrick, then you can respond. VP, okay. I read it. You heard it. Talk to me about these findings, sir.
So, let me say that it's an unfortunate situation for anybody to be in prison. For those of you who are listening, never pray to go to prison. It's not a good place. But when you believe in a cause, like what most of all went through, like today I'm using eyeglasses. A lot of people think that is for bluffing. No. I did surgeries on my 2 eyes. A few years ago, I was physically and psychologically tortured in the cells of the NSA. So it got me completely blind. And even to leave this country, my lawyer had to fight, and it was established that the machines to test my eyes, my internal system, that is the MRI, CT scan, were not available. So I had to be flown to Ghana. Even with that, I was arrested at the airport while boarding the flight and taken right back into custody. So when someone is in prison, no matter the crime, it's not a good place to be. But few things. You mentioned physical and psychological torture. Usually in these cases, there must be medical evidence. Apparently, Liberia does not have this equipment. And as a consequence, you have to be flown out. Like in my case, I was injected with unknown substance. And all medical reports show at the time that I was not eating, I was not lying. I had to be flown to Ghana. They said you have to go to South Africa. I flew to South Africa. And then later on to Kenya and back to Ghana and to Liberia. So in this situation, the most important thing is that the prosecution will be looking at is the medical records where they took this guy. If the issue of sodomization is one of the key allegations, there must be an established medical report. No human being like the security sectors. It is only people who are specialized. And in other countries, you have to be specialized in that field to give an accepted opinion when it comes to medical record. So the prosecution will also be looking at that. So what I can say is that I hope it did not happen, because this is an abuse of human rights. If it is true that he was sodomized, they wasted hot water on him, and there is a physical scar on his skin. You know, when they waste hot water on you, you can't lie. Your skin will, you know, there will be a mark. It's something that you can't lie. Like in my case, when I say I was injected with unknown substance, there was a physical scar.
Fadela, let me ask you, what is sodomization?
But man, you started the thing. I know you want to do
When
it.
you
It
talk about
mean
wasting
the
hours on
Totokwe.
your
Listen,
skin,
they did Totokwe on the man.
man,
Yeah,
why
that's
you
what I
should do
mean.
it? When you say the Western highway on the man's skin, how confusing me?
No, you said that two things. You said the wasted, is on his skin and
No,
sodomization.
no, I didn't say the Western anything on his skin.
Okay, I heard that, when you were reading some of the allegations, I heard like, his skin
Oh,
got
okay.
burned.
No,
Yeah. So,
I'm saying to you, these. Okay, so it's not secret, VP. Andrew Lawson was flown
no,
all
no,
of the
no, I
country.
come in. I'm not disputing the
I
fact,
just
but
trying
I'm
to,
saying,
I'm trying to give you more information. If you didn't know, he was flown all of the country, like you. He was flown all of the country. He's not in Liberia. It's not a secret. They're talking to all the different medical hospitals, and they all physical assessment, psychological assessment, clinical, everything. And these are the conclusion. So I just
so
want to
let
show.
me clarify mine. In this case, it's the government that flew him out. In my case, I was not flown out by the government. In fact,
No,
the
no, no,
government did
no,
not
no,
want
you're
me
not
to go
getting
out.
it. No, you're not getting it. The government didn't take him out. No, it's not the government.
Okay. So
It's
whatever
the
the case may be, the
yeah.
prosecution are coming now. I'm giving you my own thing. When I went to all these places, when I came back to the country, and evidence showed, because that was the evidence the lawyer presented in the court. And the judge look at it, they declare my case nulli prosequi, meaning the government, the prosecution did not have the evidence to prosecute me on allegations of libel, criminal conspiracy, and planning to overthrow the government. So they dismissed the case because of these pieces of evidence. What they could not do was, in all those countries, I resisted that. I don't want to.
So let's talk about Angela
So
Lawson
in
then.
the case of Lawson, I'm saying it's unfortunate. In the case of Lawson, it's unfortunate. But with everything that you just narrated, when he comes back in the country, the prosecution will be looking at medical records to proceed or not to proceed. If the medical records are unique, they will declare that case nulli prosequi, especially with all the kind of things that are happening. You cannot abuse a prisoner, while the man is in your custody.
Thank you for that, Patrick. And just for the record, he's not coming back. Not only with this government. International government have taken over the case. They took him out of the country. They took him to a different hospital. They did everything. And they have determined that sodomization and torture, waterboarding, everything took place. So everything he said is consistent with their own findings. So you want him to come back? When you get NSA there, when you get the Liberia National Police and the whole national security team, the issue is that we have a problem. And somebody is addressing this problem for us. He's not alone. But I'm sorry for what happened to you, Vendetta Patrick. I feel your pain. Let's come to Sis Jackie. Sis Jackie, I think you get some sense of what we are talking about here.
Yes, good evening to everyone, to Liberians listening in Liberia and abroad. Yeah, I think I have a fairly good idea of what was being discussed. Now, sorry, I had an emergency call that I had to take. Um, really, again, if people, NSA has their standards, the Liberian National Police has their standards. There are rules and regulations that are out there on what to do, the standard of operating procedure, what to do and what not to do when you have people in your custody. So if a citizen or a person who was in custody at any given time uh, allegedly report that something took place to them, whether it was mentally, emotionally, or some level of torture, physically, of course, the only thing that can prove that is a medical report or medical examination. So we don't know what the medical examination stated. If it was done outside of the country, then the host country should be the one to get a copy of those reports so that whatever complaint filed, the country, the states can look into those complaints, because I'm sure they have their own reports as to what really may have happened versus what the alleged victim claim happened to him or her. So the only thing that can resolve this now is looking at those medical reports and seeing what really took place, whether it's going to be published or available for the public, so that the public can really get their own independent opinion based on the evidence in front of them. That's another thing.
Thank you very much. And I like, Jackie, sometimes you try to be fair, and it's so unique that you're doing this. It's only good for us to go through this thing, and we hope they can publish it, on Facebook, that everybody can see line by line and know what's happening. Uncle Sam, here we are. It's getting out there, breaking pieces, but things happening that actually doesn't look good.
Yeah. Look, one of the things I've observed over the last, I think exactly 2 weeks, that people are very anxious to do things that they think will please the president or will push his agenda, and they go contrary to his values. Joseph Boakai is not going to support the torture of anyone. Joseph Boakai is not going to support the fabrication of evidence against defendants. Joseph Boakai is not going to do all of those things that they're doing in his name. And I don't know why they believe that they can do these things to further the agenda of the president when they're actually undermining the agenda of the president. Torture has no place in a civilized society. Sodomization, which is sexual assault, it is the biggest infraction you can do to an individual. Okay? To sexually assault a woman, to take advantage of somebody. And then all of that to what end? What are you trying to do? What is it that you're trying to prove so much in this case that the fabrication of evidence, and I will go astray a little bit. The evidence by the so-called firefighters, it's not prosecutable, so it's not being used. This case is going nowhere. If it was a shut and it was an open and shut case, with the political consequences, you go ahead and do it. But this does not unite the country. It tears the country apart, especially when you don't have prima facie evidence to go to the length you're doing. You're just destroying the country and destroying the fabric of unity in this country. This is a place now where they have to say, look, let's drop this thing for the sake of peace. And these guys, there were strong evidence against them, incontrovertible evidence against them. I will not be calling for that. But every step of the way, there seems to be controversy about the evidence that is being presented. Therefore, you're dropping. I'm begging Gregory Coleman and others who are involved in it, the Solicitor General.
Well, I don't know why you're begging Gregory Coleman. It's not with Gregory Coleman no more, Uncle Sam. Stop begging individuals.
I understand that, but I'm saying, if they can come together and they can put their egos, they can leave their egos at the door and say, yes, the capital may have, but we don't have sufficient evidence.
Uncle Sam, let move on. Uncle Sam.
No, but I'm saying to you is that this is
Uncle Sam, when you got people sodomizing and waterboarding and torturing people, you pass that stage.
Yeah, but also stand up. Also, public sentiment. Public sentiment is not in the favor of the government in this case. It's not in the favor of the government.
And that's what we are saying. And that's why we are saying we get to the end. We get to the end to this case. I'm not going to call anybody from the government and say, I beg you, drop the case. No, the law would be the law. The law should be applied. But when you have a side of this case that they are torturing people, phobia, that's my issue. I'm not on the bigger case here. The law will be the law. But when you have somebody that it bend them over and they use them from the back of men. They sodomize them. They put plaster on the head and put a gallon of water on the face and the nose. The water board them. Those torture, the metal use is disturbing for our country and this government. Nobody can put for it is disturbing for our country and the government. And that's where I want to come from. I'm not going to beg Gregory Coleman or whosoever. I don't care about them. But how can we sit here? Imagine, few months back, they took a Liberian and turned him over to the junta. Imagine that. And say he's not a Liberian, he's a Guinean. The man said, I'm a power people, I'm a breast interrogator. And said, no, we're sending you to the junta. What else this guy's doing that we don't know? And we must sit here and think it's good. It can be your sister. It can be your brother. It could be your family members. And we must sit here and beg Gregory Coleman or us what Kofi Woods was a human rights lawyer through the Catholic Diocese. You know that, Vandana Patrick. That was Kofi Woods' crown jewel. That was Kofi Woods' gold and diamond. He was.
So why you keep calling my name? You just call him my name, Patrick. What happened? I'm working in the government.
That's a serious conversation. Kofi Woods right high. But now this is what happened. Guess what? The man is engaged of turning a Liberian over to a junta. He turned a Liberian man over to the junta. But these guys then will come to the United States and say, we clean. Look at us. We're not part of torturing. They are calling people names that did this to them. What is Joseph Boakai doing? What can he do? Poor old man Joseph Boakai. What can he do? What should he do? Fubi, let's say we got to move on to other conversation. Let me give you the time again, Fubi.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I condemned the act, whether it was actually done. But yeah, and these have been the practice of all these government, So like our man great talking, unfortunate that he had to go through the same experience with the Mayan regime. But CDC also were not better in the same direction, and Charles Siller government were not better in the same direction. Samuel Doe was not better in the same direction. So we just need to move on as a nation and change that route. People should not be torturing people and trying to force them to give evidence or confess to something that they did or they didn't do. If you ask somebody whether you did something, they say no. We have accepted the legal process, indict the person and take the person to court. That's the prudent thing to do. If you left with my one, I will shut the court down and bring Sasewu. The same day we'll get results from all the cases. We'll not waste our time to say we're going to torture, we're going to indict, bring 10,000 lawyers, you filing this, the other evidence is not admissible because the way you got it. That's two things.
Sasewu can be straight. You know what they can do? You want me to explain that?
If you violate Sasewu,
you want me to explain
that?
Stop pushing the money thing. Sasewu that scam. Sasewu
can work.
It's a demonic scam. Sasewu that demonic scam. Sasewu can work. You get Sasewu all the time.
No, CEO. CEO, don't put the money behind it.
You see, you got Sasewu all the time. Friends are for bill. You got Sasewu all the time. You got friends are for bill. You working with the money Sasewu and the bill.
And I'm doing Sasewu. What I'm saying, all of that point. Next talking about bribing job, 50,000, bribing job, 200,000, bribing job, 100,000.
Yeah, but on a serious note, established evidence of torture was established under the 12 years administration of the Unity Party. Now, another 6 years ago, established evidence of torture through a classified report has just been or is being discussed. Let us start playing games around here to indict every government, because the people who torture Fundata for 12 years under the Unity Party government when he was there, the same people we in power today. He's on the show, he's talking about torture. When I talk about him, maybe we say, oh, Akaros, but let's talk about Fandela, Patrick's, who had to be flown out of the country. It's an established evidence of torture on the show tonight. Are they the same character of people in the NSA, in the security apparatus of our country, the same group of people that have been brought back to power in the security apparatus with their cronies? There's an established fact. We're not discussing perception. There's a difference between perceived facts and established fact, perceived. So perception is different from established facts. There's a big difference between perception and established fact. So the established fact is that this boy is not in the country. He was taken out of this country. We've been following this situation for a very long time to the standard. He's been out of this country. We're flown out the country or taken out of the country some way, and he's been in a protective area by international actors handling this situation. The Stanton reporter said he will not be coming back to the country because his life, the same characters around. The reports will show that. These are credible people dealing with the situation. We don't want to say, oh, this country or that country, but this is very serious, extremely serious. Okay? And that they fear the God that when this report is spelled out publicly, it could jeopardize the ongoing case because it shows that people were forcefully, psychologically, and mentally tortured to lie. That the other brother who were arrested, like I said, on the 18th of December, 2024, he was released to his lawyer on the 19th of December. They broke into his home on the 20th of December. That's the evidence. Then they got a such and such warrant on the 9th of January, 2025. What evidence do you have? Don't fool be talking about Sase Wu. I will say Sase Wu to be frank with you. But you damaged the evidence. You provided lies and gossip. You invaded people's privacy. Everyone around the Capitol building, you took all their conversation, all their text messages, you bundle it, and you took it there, and you're talking about Minister of Finance, you gave 200,000 US so you can go bribe the people so they can convict Fanatic Kofa by next week.
Thank you.
I'm telling you, about next week, the serious thing we're talking about. So when we hear about torture, the torture we are discussing is nothing hidden. That United Party torture. We're not running away from that. And I would never say a lie in my life because I'm a victim of that.
Thank you very much, Akaris. It was a great one to say thanks to all of you. Let's share the show. To be continuing on that torture piece again. Big findings came out today. Guess what happened? It's right there. You talk about Prince C. Johnson, National Security Director. You talk about Oswald Toy, the Justice Minister, National Security Advisor Kofi Woods, Benjamin Keita, Legal Advisor Gregory Coleman, Liberia National Police Director, according to the IG, you know, Mark Abla. They call the names. These are allegations on these people. And that they gave the instruction. These are big allegations on them. That they gave the instruction to water board. It's troubling. Sam Gay, all of them. It's troubling. This report will come out. I don't know who sent it to me, but it will come out. What will President Burger do? What will he say? These are people that are around the president. Who instructed them to do waterboarding? Who instructed them to turn the man over and stuff him from the back? Who instructed them to torture him? This is huge for our country. Whether it's the Unity Party or CDC, but this is huge. This is concerning. We signed a treaty that we will not be involved with waterboarding. We signed a treaty. We signed a Geneva Treaty or UN Treaty that we will not take part in anything close to waterboarding. We did. Honor Joseph Yema Bwaka government. The president is on his way to Rhode Island first. From Rhode Island, he go to DC. DC, he come out of New York for the thing. Spending almost 3 weeks, a woman here in America. This is trouble for President Bwaka. You can take it for a joke. You can play with it. It's up to you. But when these people come up and say we need X, Y, and Z, you will have to answer. Who broke the law? You have seen that movie, right, Fubi? Sunday night, Sunday at the movie, every Sunday. They say, who broke the law? Dr. Morris broke the law. Who broke the law? They say, Gregory. They say, the Justice Minister, every day they engage in something like Calais. I can announce on this show, we have documents to prove that something bad is happening again. This guy didn't buy so many vehicles over 45,000. We got a document. They bought vehicle over the threshold, 45,000. I will share the document with you. So there's no more control in the government, nothing. The first thing they said they might do it, no, they didn't do it, but now we got document. One is 66,000. One is 53,000. It's there, it's written. All over 45,000. What's the explanation now? May God save our state. Let's move on. Before we get to Gafwan, and we all know that we're trying to, today we're going to talk about this guy. I call him a bloody liar for a reason, because he continued to lie. The math is not adding up, and we'll go into it. But we'll keep it for the best time. I also want to say what's going on with this. The Honorable Charisma Payon Rai, she resigned. She resigned today. She wrote her letter, but we all see. She said, I don't know, read the letter. You have it, it's in the chat room. But she resigned. But what led to this? What actually led to this? What's the beef between she and Cyril Besko-Yanti, the foreign minister? Oh boy, you want to know that one. Let me give you guys the time for you to really speak on this one. We'll start with Jackie first. Jackie Charisma resigned. A lot of stuff happening. Recommendation that was made. She went ahead and told the people, say, you know why? You didn't do X, Y, and Z, I'm here. They say you are suspended. The memo was circulated. This memo was circulated. She came out and said, no, I wasn't suspended. Yes, you were suspended. Today she walked into the executive mansion. She turned her letter. She said, I'm done. You can have your job. She's resigned. What's to you, Jackie? A lot of people go in. Another person is DeWitt Gray from the same foreign ministry. DeWitt Gray says she tired. She going to ECOWAS. What's to you, Jackie? You go ahead. Start with this one.
Yes, Stanton. I saw the I think the breaking news took place 2 days ago or on Saturday, if I'm not mistaken, or Friday evening. I'm not sure which one. Regarding Honorable Pelham Reid. And of course, today she did tender in her resignation because apparently, from what I'm reading, there was, suspension. So at this point, she felt it was in her best interest to go ahead and resign. It is her choice. Of course, sometimes when you have your boss, there are disagreements. Those things happen everywhere, whether publicly or privately. And she has voluntarily resigned, and we wish her all the best in her future endeavors. So that, for me, there's nothing else to say about that.
I mean, what about DeWitt Gray leaving too, Jackie? Everybody leaving.
Well, hey, if she's moving to some other opportunity, she has served in the foreign ministry for a very, very long time. Since Madame Salif days, I believe. I don't know if she served prior to Madame Salif. So at this point, if she feels there's a better opportunity or another opportunity, I shouldn't say better, another opportunity, because sometimes if you serve somewhere for such a long time, sometimes it's time for you to move on to something else, another challenge. So I also personally wish her all the best as she goes to ECOWAS, if indeed that's where she actually is.
Yeah, ECOWAS Togo. Yep, she will be representing.
She's gonna be in Togo.
Yeah, she will be representing the ECOWAS president of Togo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We spoke on this yesterday, and
yeah.
Sam, you want to add on this real quick on charisma to this share in her resignation?
Yeah, look, from what I'm gathering is that what's her name? Charisma, right?
Charisma.
Charisma. She disrespected the minister who happens to be her immediate functional boss, where she was demanding that certain things from ECOWAS, from EU, from all of that pass through her office. And and there was a lot of heat between the two. And of course, a minister takes primacy. You know, she disrespected her, and consequently, she had to go. So, from my reading of the memos that I've seen in the public domain, it appears that she wronged Sarah Bestoyanti, and she should bear the consequences.
Well, what's it on the memo? What did it say?
Well,
that appeared to you? No, let me ask you the question. You say it appeared that she wrong. What was written in the memo that you can share with us that she wronged Sarah?
Well, the one I read, and on the Martin Colley page in her own hand, signed by her, basically writing the minister and telling the minister how to coordinate things in anything that concerns international cooperation, right? Like the AU, the UN, and ECOWAS, and other international organizations, that these things must pass through her. Yeah. But I mean, she's not.
So is that disrespect, Sam?
Well, the thing is, the thing is like a minister has a, what do you call it? Then he said discretion to pass matters on to her. If there are things the minister can handle by herself, that's right. I don't have to give my subordinate things that I can do myself. When I was minister, there are things that are letters that I wanted to write. I didn't go to the assistant minister and say, write it for me. Because the buck stopped with me, right? If there are things that I can do that I don't need the coordination of the imprimatur of the assistant minister. This is not a voucher system where it must pass through 29 signatures.
But we're not talking about you. You're talking about corporation. We are talking about ministry.
No, but I'm saying,
we are talking about no. Wait now.
I've been a minister before. I'm just telling you.
Let me ask you the question.
Okay.
You say she disrespected her boss.
Yeah.
I'm asking you, point to where the disrespect to her boss. Point to us. Show us
when you start demanding within the organizational structure how your boss should behave in terms of functionality, when it does not require your approval, then that is disrespect to the office of.
Where in the letter she said that, Uncle Sam? You making up story. Where in this document? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Where in the document she said that it must start with you?
I read it, and this is how I understood it. So put the letter up. Let the public see what she wrote.
Okay, I'm gonna put it up. I'm gonna put it up. At what time? Okay, let me leave it for a bit because we come and make all these splendid things. I was saying, okay, let me. You brought it up. I'll put the letter up. Great. Let's come to you. Talk to us about this.
No, I will respectfully disagree with the CMS Sam Jackson. Sam, all of these entities were created by an act of the legislature with specific functions as per their appointed positions. So an assistant minister for international organization, for example, these were international organizations spelled out in the act of the legislature that created these entities. Even at the Ministry of Commerce, okay, at the Ministry of Finance, we got different deputy ministers and assistant ministers. So for any reason, if the minister usurp your function, you can respectfully inform the minister that these are my functions, and I thought you took a document and send it to the assistant minister, maybe for ABCD for administration, instead of sending it to me on international organization, because these are my spelled out functions. That's not disrespect to any minister. But what is concerning is that somebody resigned for the same foreign affairs issue at the Ministry of Information for 4 scholarships. One of the ministers at the Ministry of Information resigned because of some disagreement with the Ministry of
not just information, but the Ministry of Foreign Affairs on the basis of fake scholarship. Doesn't that raise an alarm or concern? Another minister is now resigning or has resigned to go to ECOWAS. Also in relationship with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, 3 different persons we're discussing here. Information in relationship with Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Assistant Minister Karishman in relationship with Foreign Affairs, Dewey Gray in relationship with Foreign Affairs. It means the working environment is pepperish. It's not conducive. So who knows? Everyone, I want to resign. You're already president saying thank you. I appreciate you. But who knows that when Karishman begin to speak up, who knows what she has? I hope there will be a day we'll listen to her, because I believe that she will not just sit, okay, and don't talk. She will talk. I believe she will talk. It's just a matter of time. I believe Dewey will talk, but it's a matter of time. Okay, like the guy from information spoke. Another thing that I wanted to say, because when you talk about torture and people wanted to question you, I've been reading. Let me say this. The U.S. State Department report on Liberia speaks of the issue of credible reports. Read the executive summary.
Yeah, but let's finish with this. We can go back to that. I want us to stick on this. We'll go back on it. We'll go back on it.
So people can know.
Great, we'll go back on it. So Uncle Sam, this is where, and we're going to put everything up, right? I say if you really just give me a thumbs up, and you got to adjust your camera, Isaac. They say, with my highest compliment, I respectfully. Now, you saying that she disrespect Sarah Beslow. She's saying, with my highest compliments, I respectfully submit this formal communication to express serious concern over the persistent undermining of the statutory functions of the office of the Assistant Minister for International Organization, which continue to impede the effective discharge of my mandate. Uncle Sam, she was very respectful in the first paragraph. It has been observed that critical information and coordination, particularly regarding preparation for and participation in the United Nations General Assembly, have not been duly shared with my office. Is she wrong?
Okay.
Is this disrespectful? No, let me finish. I beg you, Papa. Let me finish. This is very important. You came out and said she was disrespectful. You got to be fair. I know Sarah that your friend. Sarah that everybody's friend. But you got to be fair. Because you've been unfair yet. Because you want to say something better for Sarah. The permanent mission of Liberia to the United Nations has also failed to maintain the required coordination with the Bureau of International Organization. Is this wrong? Thereby weakening the effectiveness of our engagement at the multilateral level. The permanent mission of Liberia to the United Nations does not share any information with my office and refuses to share any information on the UNGA as we prepare for the 80th UNGA, as this action is a repeat to what has happened during the 79 UNGA preparation last year. We're going to go down, but let me pause with this. She is complaining because something happened at the 79 UNGA. Something happened. And because something happened, Uncle Sam, when I'm hearing you, you got to wait small, Papa. I beg you, wait, Papa. Without Papa, wait, let me finish. And at the end of the day, people are saying that because of what happened at the 79 UNGN, bringing conflict between Louis Brown, who is the permanent representative, Sarah Beslow Yanti, Dr. Neil, and this Charisma. Where's the disrespect?
Okay, so
I'm going to put up what you sent me. Let me put it up.
Mm-hmm.
In light of the foregoing, I respectfully request that one, all information, correspondences, and invitation relating to the international organization, including the UNAU, ECOWAS, MRU, IAEA, RRNA, and others be duly communicated through the office of the Assistant Minister for International Organization in keeping with its mandate. Two, the permanent mission of Liberia to the United Nations, be formally instructed to maintain proper coordination and engagement with my office on all matters relating to multilateral diplomacy and full coordination on the preparation of UNGA and other UN meetings. 3, immediate corrective measure be instituted to ensure the full inclusion of my office in all relevant international, regional, and multilateral meetings, conferences, and summit where Liberia's participation is required. Where is the disrespect, Uncle Sam? Where?
Senator, the assistant minister is an analyst. The assistant minister is not somebody who make policy decisions. The assistant minister is not somebody who interact with that level. That level is only for the minister. The direct interaction between the AU, the UN, ECOWAS, international organizations fall within the purview of the minister. The assistant minister is an analyst. If I had a report that I wanted somebody to write, I would give it to the assistant minister, but I would not allow the assistant minister to have any interaction she's not a high-level employee. She's not a high-level. She's not a high-level presidential appointee. She has no responsibility in direct dealing with international organizations.
Let you finish.
She has first of all, if you want to send her on a mission, what other low-level staff are, you can send her, but she has that there is no right. It is a privilege for her to interact at that level. It is the minister who has direct responsibility to deal with outside agencies, not the assistant minister, unless she's asked to do so. So what she's doing is expressing the level of misunderstanding of her position as assistant minister. She doesn't know her position. She's an analyst.
All right, Uncle Sam, please don't interrupt anybody. Uncle Sam, you gotta wait. Don't interrupt anybody. We heard what you said. Uncle Sam, before I leave you and go to Fubi and the rest of the guys, do you have the TOR for the assistant minister position at the foreign ministry?
You asking me?
Yes, sir. Do you have the TOR?
I know what assistant ministers do.
Do you have the TOR for this position?
Generally speaking, I know what the TOR.
Do you have the TOR for the position?
Not specifically for that position, no.
Do you have the TOR for the position? Yes or no?
I don't have it. If you have it, let's see it.
You don't have it. Beautiful. Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, no, you can't answer. Let other people talk. Uncle Sam, let other people talk. Papa, wait, because you're being unfair.
Let's see it. Let's see it.
Uncle Sam, wait. You can't call it anybody here. I mean, that fire is for nothing. You said she was disrespectful. If she have a case for me, let me come to you. She have a concern. She raised a concern up with the immediate boss. Who is Dr. Neil? That's his name, I believe, Neil. How you call him? N-Y-E-R. I think that's how you spell it. Okay? And they took it to the next level, to the minister proper. And they said, put your concern on paper. For me, it's in the chat room. Is there anything disrespectful when she expressed her concern and something that she's not in it? The complaint is that Sarah Besto Yanti had cut her off. Not only her, other assistant minister. And she has created a consultancy office in her office. The role of the assistant minister have been turned over to those individuals that are consulting for Sarah in her office. So everything is channeled through those consultants. And all the other assistant minister that does not favor Sarah, they are left out. Somebody must speak. And she spoke on it. And Sarah said, I don't want to work with you anymore. Let me give you something to the Fubi. Sarah met the vice president today. She went to the vice president's office on this issue. They tried to face it beyond that. Sarah said, if you bring her back, I will resign. Now what Sarah said, They went to the president. The president said the vice president might handle it. Cyril went to meet the vice president of the Republic of Liberia. And Cyril told the vice president, if you bring that guy back, I'm out of here, I'm resigning. What disrespect about her expressing herself? Talk to me, Phoebe. We got more to this story.
No, yeah, for me, I always tell people, you know, when you work in an environment, you have to try as much as possible to ensure that the environment is conducive for working, and you also collaborate and team up better. And having too much friction, you know, undermines the purpose of which all of you are there to work. And also, you have your boss, even though the president will appoint all of you, but the chain of command that all of you have to also fall in line with. You know, and sometimes there are some roles that will overlap. You know, you might have the minister overseeing certain things, and you will look in the TOR of the assistant or deputy. You also see similar roles. And, you know, so it doesn't mean that because there's a role spelled out that you must do this, it means that a minister cannot do that also. And, you know, so we also need to understand those basic things, and you review all of those things. I don't know the exact term or reference for all of them, but if you, well, basically they will tell you as you, the boss, you are to oversee X, Y, Z, and so forth. And you too, as assistant or deputy, you will also have similar TOR to some extent, you know, highlighting similar roles. But the minister there oversees all of you and to coordinate and ensure that all of you fall in line. You know, so sometimes writing all of these memos to me would not do the trick. And, you know, you have to be able to walk to the office, have one-on-one conversation, and harmonize things and move on. Because when you start to put some of these things on paper, there where hard feelings come in and other stuff, people feel that they're being undermined, people feel that they're being disrespected. And once you put something out, people always read and interpret their own way, you know. And sometimes their interpretation, you might read it and interpret it another way, somebody else will read it and interpret it another way. Like just the one we just posted. Uncle Sam sees it as disrespect, you see it as respect. You know, because the word that you use are humbly respectfully request. But you can also say respectfully request and also be disrespectful, you know, in different forms of manner. Yeah.
Thank you, Phoebe. Great, let's hear you, man. Then we'll go to VP. Let's hear you. Great, you spoke, right? You spoke on this, great.
No,
Yeah.
you went to Sam, so I have to speak. My man.
Did you?
No, my man, you spoke already, but
you spoke already on this, right?
I spoke on it.
Oh, go ahead,
the
great.
man spoke, but let him go.
You are the first one to speak.
The place not
But
a
you're the
culture.
first. Yeah, that you are the two first ones to speak.
There's not a culture.
They want to do what people, my man, Grace said. But anyway, Grace lucky because he brought in right after Fubi, so he on the time, on the hard table. My man, Grace, that's not your time, my time. After Fubi, it was me. Come on, sit down.
All right, don't forget it, VP. Let Grace go. Go ahead, Grace, go ahead.
Yeah, VP, don't mind VP in touch with you tonight. No, but you see, let me differ with everyone. There's a statute that created these institutions. They are spelled out functions by law. It's not a choice. Okay, and because it's not by choice, the young lady wrote a respectful prior communication. Look, first complained and said, I later on reduced it to writing. So these are the functions created by the I that I'm supposed to perform. But probably because you have issues with me, you are allowing your consultant to do the work. You are allowing your special assistant to do my piece of job. Then what's my function? Any appointed official has the right to flag those issues with your boss. And there's no communication that showed disrespect. She only spelled out her function. And Uncle Sam, guess what? The United States can send an assistant secretary of state. The secretary of state, okay, is like the foreign minister. So under that doctrine, the United States can decide, maybe the Secretary of State for African Affairs, and send that person to Liberia, and he will deal with the highest level of our country. Those are the covenant positions that we are discussing. That ministry is the first ministry. How to respect it. That's the doyens of ministries. You know about that. You know 2 Secretary of States became president of the Republic of Liberia. They beat their way too. You know about that. Garrison W. Gibson is one of them. Okay? So for you to overlook, even a desk officer, the way the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is established by law, it's like the Department of State. That's how it's been established. We used to call those area departments. Sam, you know very well they used to be called departments. That is still nomenclature. So if you look at the same structural arrangement, a desk officer is not the foreign minister we're talking about. The foreign minister we're talking about just a desk officer. Okay, those days at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for Asian Affairs. Sam, you know what? You cannot equate minister
so
to
Sam, come and I need to respond.
No. Others got to speak. We got no. We got 5 people here. They ain't start yet. Great, thank you very much.
Equate an assistant minister for Foreign Affairs.
And thank you very much. Mandela Patrick, let's talk. Thank you, Great. VP, let's talk.
Yeah.
VP, let's talk.
So let me say clearly, from day one, I think it was a misplaced priority to have appointed the Minister of Foreign Affairs in that position, based on incompetence and fraudulent academic credentials. Martin Colley and I and several other persons, including Ambula Mame, went in the archives, displayed evidence, even though other people tried to defend her. But some of all who have walked through the walls of academia, it was clear. At one point, we went on her Wikipedia. She says she attended Cottington. There's no record to show she attended Cottington. Absolutely no record. I went to the school. I asked. I said, I want the record of the foreign minister destiny. They said, we'll not get a record for her. Maybe the way I'm talking to her, she will go and manufacture something. I went there. But on her Wikipedia page, she had she attended Cottington. That was fraudulent. The school she claimed to have attended, we have all the information and everything. Look, I think President Bouaka was on record during the campaign that there are people operating in this country with fake credentials. And as such, when he wins an election, he will go after them. But you listen to the communication. I mean, you read the communication by the assistant minister. For some of you who don't know, I've been fired before. I've been fired from work when I was working at in the United States, DC Commission on Arts and Humanity. They fired me because I took my boss to task. And I sent a 25-page rebuttal challenging the dismissal. They call me back. Usually when they fire me, they give my severance benefit. I made sure I collected everything I put in my pocket. Then I went back with a rebuttal. They called me back. So we started to status quo until after 2 weeks, I got a scholarship and went to school. They had to pay me everything. But this is a government. I think she acted in full concert with the law of morality and institutional principles and values. She has read the statutory responsibility of this position, the assistant minister for international corporations. It's a key liaison between the Liberian government and international community. She's supposed to work to leverage the foreign relations of our country, including its economic and political benefits. Unfortunately, she saw that there was usurpation of authority. You saw the memo. I don't know. I saw the memo in our chat room. Somebody posted a memo. And I commented that this is a breach of institutional authority. You know, one of the mistakes a lot of people make is that, especially ministers, there's a difference between, for some of us who are public sector administrators, there is a difference between authority and power. Authority is you have to go by institutional directives or statutory responsibilities. What the position is supposed to, somebody in certain position, what the responsibility as per that institution is supposed to be. But this issue of seniority, a young person is not supposed to challenge an elderly person. So even in the working place, I still see that happening. And the other day, I mean, I just like to sidetrack a little bit. When Akara's going call me, oh, my Peking, I got very furious. He can call me Peking, Osa, our domain, a general with no their respect. Can call me Peking, Osa, but now on the platform, we deal with each other based on professionalism. But look, CEO, I think it was a miscalculated attempt. She spoke her mind. She brought the minister to understand she has to subscribe to institutional principles. It does not make sense that you are the moderator on this show. If I come here to this, I come in now, let me learn. If I come here to go contrary to the established rule, everybody know that you are the moderator. Whether we like it or not, you are the moderator. And I start to play the role of a moderator. That is an abuse of authority. And that's why she said, and in professionalism, when an individual writes, it means they are professional, they are following the norms of professional etiquette. So it level you as a minister to say this. But to go far to the executive mansion, I can't work with a question.
Thank you very much. Is it fine to call somebody Big Brother on the show too? If they can't call you Peking, why are you calling people Big Brother?
No. There must be an acceptance. There is a way you can tell somebody, say, you crazy, and the person will laugh. Your facial expression.
No. It's not acceptance. They call you Peking, you get bad, but you call somebody Big Brother. So don't call somebody Big Brother.
No. Allow you to get bad. No, I was just trying to give an example. And this example is not in any. Oh no, listen now, don't make
No, I understand. Let's move on because you look at me.
Okay, I take it back. You're not people, I take it back. You think, I take it back.
You look all of that. You look at me and call me your big brother. Look at you and look at me. So I
take it back. You are wearing Bazania way 1979. We saw your photo. I'll put it on one day. Talking about it.
But I want to say, Sarah Beslow, the foreign minister, and Charisma, the assistant. Listen, this is a big, huge something here. It's more than what we are saying. I totally disagree with Uncle Sam about disrespect. She wrote a professional letter when they asked her, said, tell us exactly what are your concerns. She outlined her concerns. She did. But when they went to the president told Sarah, say, go see the vice president. Today they went to the vice president. And the vice president telling Sarah, say, if you bring her back on my dead body, I'm going to resign. This is a serious issue. These are some serious critical issues. So I want to know, you talked 2 times already. We're not coming to you again. No, other people got to talk. Jackie, have you spoken on this? Jackie, you did,
yeah,
right?
I spoke one time on it.
Phoebe spoke on this. Let me bring in Wanto.
Yeah, he spoke on it.
Yeah, Wanto, let's hear you.
Spoke twice on it.
Stanton, I want to appreciate you bringing me in right after Vandella Patrick. I think, again, we have to be fair and honest in this discourse. For Vandella to say that the Minister of Foreign Affairs is incompetent, I think is very unfair.
It's not unfair. He expressing himself. Don't just say your own. Don't go after the man. The man get reason why she's incompetent.
I start with saying it's disingenuous. This is a lady who
it's not even disingenuous. Just say your own. The man said the woman lay all your reason, man. Tell your own.
I'm not your free speech.
One of them was defending the woman. The woman got fake degree.
Stanton is a believer in free speech, so you allow me to say my own. Let me say my own. This lady was appointed by the UN Secretary General to serve in 2 capacities at the highest possible area of diplomatic process. In Nepal, in Sudan, I think we should be, at least to some extent, respectful of our credential when we are having this kind of conversation. This is a big issue. Stanton, the first thing I would say is I have a very good relationship with both if I say I have a good relationship with Karishma and I have a good relationship with the minister, it's a very unprecedented situation. Nobody wants anyone to be able to resign from a post. But there is deeper issue here. The first thing is the clarification. Karishma does not work directly with the Minister of Foreign Affairs. In post of supervision, she works directly with the Deputy Minister of International Cooperation. That is Abby here. The second aspect that's also very critical to also consider here, there's nowhere in the world an assistant minister must be mandated to receive direct approval or information on the UNGA. The UN General Assembly is being fully supervised by the permanent mission and also designated on the office of the minister. The reason I'm laying out this fact is we have to take emotion out of this kind of conversation. There's nowhere an assistant minister mandate the minister to receive approval or to receive consensus on the UNGA. I think that in itself is gross insubordination. The second aspect here, these two people have had very good relationship. If you check Karishma page, she posted on her page that the minister even paid her tuition to go to Harvard. So the idea here of saying, oh, the minister is to some extent undermining her, I don't see any facts to it, because if someone is investing in your academic growth by paying your tuition to go to Harvard, I find it very uncomfortable to come back to say this person does not believe in my growth. But what is interesting, I have a very important letter I will share with you, Stanton. This conversation between the resignation of Karishma is not from the minister, it's from a conversation between Sila, who is the deputy minister for planetary the mission. He wrote a very comprehensive letter complaining this consistent behavior of gross insubordination between staffs as far as threatening to reach to the office of the president. That in itself led various staffs to also feel undermined. There was a special committee set up on this entire scenario by the council. The committee made a recommendation. The recommendation did not even come from the minister. The conversation you said with the vice president is accurate. I got that information as well. The vice president obviously reached out to media, but at the stage it was, there's no way anyone feels that there is gross insubordination, not only with the highest authority, but with different ministers. And then you say, okay, yeah, let's find a resolution. So these kind of things can escalate into misinformation. And I feel, it's the reason why I'm bringing out this information of fact is because it's best to know the facts and where it is, what is wrong. So again, this is a situation.
Everything you say, what have you provided?
I send it. I will send it to you, and I'll do a concrete. I start down. Always speak with fact. I'm going to send you.
Yeah, but you don't give no fact. You just talk. Give me the fact now.
I'm sending the fact that you ran out. Stand down.
Okay, thank you, Manto. I said, though, let's see.
No, but we need it too. We need it. Stanton, we want the man share with us.
Yeah,
you're
The
right.
man back now in the UK eating chicken chop.
Wait. So let's be clear. Let's be clear here. If there is any one loyal and very strong opposition person on this show, it will be Isaac Doe. If there is one person that never defends anything from the Braga government, it will be Isaac Doe.
So what about Carlos Gray?
But
that's not true.
No, I'm gonna say
that's not true.
The man eating show on the general. The man eating show on Gray.
Let me continue now. I just want to set the basis for my comment.
No,
please.
that's
So as I was saying here, let's look at what is at hand. I don't think the CV, the resume of the foreign minister, is the discussion today. Or I don't think paying school fee of Charisma is the discussion or any other thing. I think the discussion is Charisma resigned. She put out a communication, like a complaint, and we are looking at what happened. Now, clearly from what happened, we all can agree on one thing, that the foreign ministry has an absolute leadership failure. The fact that Charisma who say she had consistently complained, and the foreign minister herself could not at least mediate or do something as a manager to bring her forces together in oneness, shows lack of leadership. If I were me, the foreign minister needs to take a little back and look at the entire surrounding on what is going on.
that cannot be defended in any way. Let's leave that and go on the side of my sister Karishma. Let me put it out straight off. In my mind, Charisma was asking for more than she can chew. Writing a communication to complain is the right step. Expressing your feelings at work is the good thing to do. Engaging your bosses is the perfect way to go. But in my thought, my sister Karishma, as an assistant minister, demanding that communications pass through her office doesn't make no sense. I'm sorry. The head of the ministry is the one that runs the ministry. The deputy, the assistants, all other people work to help the head of the entity. The CV of the deputy and assistants are all subset of the CV of the minister proper. While we will recognize that Sarah Beslow has not exhibited any form of leadership for the fact that everything seems to be going haywire under her watch with no any managerial skills to bring these things under control, we can also agree that Sister Karishma was asking for more she can chew. I was a deputy minister too. As a deputy minister, I'm not going to mandate my boss that this should happen, this should not happen. My boss runs the entity. In as much as I was appointed, in as much as I have a CV, I must recognize that anything goes wrong, it's my boss. Anything goes right, it's my boss. So I have to walk in that line. Honestly, I think Sister Karishma asks for too much than is in her power. I don't believe an assistant minister will have any authority to receive communication from outside of the entity through her office. No. It goes to the head of the entity, and the head of the entity attentions that to the appropriate department to take action. It is very possible that the head of the entity decides to take action by themselves, and that is okay. The fact that you have CV and they say you are the budget minister, it does not mean the finance minister does not have power over you as the budget minister. He does. So I just want to recognize that. And I know our people from the other side always say we defend everything from CDC and we hate everything from UP. Hopefully, they will understand that that's not us. But the sincere truth is the foreign ministry is dead. The foreign ministry has absolute leadership gap. The foreign ministry is going in the drain because we have not seen anything that Madame Beslow can show through her action as a person who have held the position she says she had held over places. There is no way where you have one of your lieutenants having all of these problems and you cannot exhibit any form of leadership to convene some kind of committees, to have people mediate, to do something. These things are part of the working environments, and it will lead to Charisma resigning. Just few days ago, we also confirmed that the way herself resigned. Let's not forget, the US resignation was the same thing, with the foreign minister not cooperating, not collaborating with them, doing certain things, and all of these kind of things. It actually shows a gap in leadership. And I don't think what the foreign minister boasted
Hey,
of is what we are
let's
seeing.
go ahead.
No.
Thank you. I said thank you very much. Thank you. Let me hear from Conor Gray. Conor Gray, let's hear you on this. And then we'll move to the Gafran story and the other story for today.
I need the response, Stanton. I need
But
the
we
real
said we
comment.
spoke,
Give
we
me
said
30
we spoke
seconds.
already. Conor Gray, let's hear you on this.
No, I got to speak, Stanton.
Conor Gray, let's hear
Stanton,
you.
thank you, Stanton. If any ministry has a trove of well-defined term of references for all its civil servants, especially presidential appointees, it will be the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It is the doyen of all the ministries, so to speak. I have no doubt that each and every one of those individuals serving in their various capacities have their well-defined responsibilities. Of course, we know that Pelham probably it's not only for international cooperation, but there has to be an economic aspect attached to it. So it's cooperation and economic affairs within the, I want to say, international realm. So it's a huge job. But even at that, she takes a cue from Ibrahim Nye. I want to say probably that's the deputy minister. And that said, we know that those assistant ministerial positions at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and they're so large bureaucracies. Think about Chester Crocker, who literally ran African affairs here in the U.S. when Liberia was at civil war. Think about Jen Diabetes, the lady who practically ran Africa during the tenure. Liberia is equally that way. But you have to coordinate your function with the necessary bosses above you so that you don't look like you're running. This thing comes like what you do in the military, chain of command. You're not your own, even though you're appointed to serve a capacity, but you live at the instruction of your boss before you can execute any plan. What is going on in our ministry is just, it's typical when you run a large bureaucracy, that will be infighting. That's the dynamism of running any department. But remember, people can be supervised at all levels. And this is one place probably where there should be some clear intervention, because this is what represents us outside. If we're not stable internally, then there'll be a spillover effect. People will see us like we're confusing. We're a group of confusionists among ourselves. So I will hope that the minister will step up and try to, meet the various individuals serving in those capacities and let them know their function and don't interfere. If you do so, then of course there'll be conflict in the workplace. Stanton.
And I want to appreciate each and every one of you. But my issue is that at the end of the day, I think there's a lot coming from the foreign ministry. There's a lot. Sarah Bensley, I'm going to agree with 12A12. I'm not talking about credential anymore. We passed that. She has served more than a year. I think the issue now, let's talk about the substance here. Okay? Let's talk about this thing. And what we're talking about, I'm concerned about the work grade leaving. I'm concerned about charisma. Let me finish, so I'll give you time. I'll give you time. You will speak.
All right.
I'm concerned about charisma. I'm concerned about other people that have left and those that continue to leave. My focus, Sylvester Grisfield just passed away. And what we are hearing, those recommendations that was done and people that were protected by Grisfield, they will be out there. I mean, I stand to be correct or want to, but they will be out. The vice president intervened. Call Sarah. Guess what happened? Sarah said, no, she must go. Insubordination. Where is the insubordination? I just can't work with her. The mission, the UN mission is complaining about her. I think President Joseph Walker is in trouble. I think he's just in trouble all over, all around. The same thing with Information Minister Jeremy Pierre and Yamplo. I think the president can control this. The Fadiga and A.B. Kurma. NBC, the same issue there, Deputy Director Proper. I think that I don't think the president gets his hand on this one. And it is concerning. Who else going to leave the foreign ministry? Who else? Uncle Sam, let's hear you and we'll go and we'll move on. We got to talk about Gafan today.
30 seconds.
Stand up before
let me finish.
Let Uncle Sam speak.
No, let me speak to Mawata. Let me speak to Mawata. Sarah Besler Yanti is not the immediate superior to Karishma. That's Abiyan.
But we said it. What year were you for? We said it already.
No. I want Mawata.
But the Jackson is giving reason to provide justification. I talk about credentials.
Let me finish.
No.
You don't have to pause through.
No, but listen to me. I just need 30 seconds, and let me give the Soniwan logic to my water. Her immediate boss is Abiyang. The communication should be going to Abiyang.
We know that.
Lastly, I'm sure there's a director at the bottom. Should the director also be demanding that the minister sends communication down to the director of international cooperation? That all I want to ask my water. So you see how this doesn't make any kind of sense?
Okay, thank you. So you know, Uncle Sam is protecting Sarah Bestlow. That's okay. We know that. But let's just make sense. He cannot.
But let me provide one thing. Just 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
He cannot provide.
Since the video station is off.
Yeah, it's okay, guys. They're working on it. It's the internet. It's off and on. Yeah, it's maybe the government jamming it because we're talking about the NSA issue. Who knows?
They're always jamming.
Yeah. So that's okay. But So my issue is that let's just go back down the road. It's very important for us to understand ourselves. Where we are today, I'm not fighting Sarah Bestlow. I don't want to talk about her credential. She make more than she have passed a year over there. The woman there is qualified by experience. So let's leave her.
It does not make sense, CEO.
You will not be interrupting also, my man. I beg you, but let them hold on here. I beg you, Chief. So let's just move down and talk about the issue. And the issue is that Charisma had a concern. She raised a concern. Sarah Bestlow didn't like the approach. Sarah Bestlow said, oh, my day body, I work with Charisma. I pass. Another individual, the work grade, is leaving. I pass. Who's the problem? Is the work grade? Is the first assistant minister? Is Charisma? Who's the problem now? Then you ask yourself, how many people Sarah Bestlow going to fire or kick all of them?
Even the minister of information.
I'm going to leave it at that. We got to go. It's 7:02. It's 11:02 in Liberia. Begging guys, let's go. Paul Kennedy from Bogota. I hope you had a great flight and I hope you went alone. It's good to see you. When we get to you, speak to us about your single trip to Bogota. Okay, Paul. Go ahead. Let's give you 10 seconds. Want to?
Great. I wanted to give her clarity on the dual grade issue. She's not actually leaving the ministry. I don't know where the information came from. In fact, she was designated as the head for the UNGA delegation. She was at work today from my sources, and she's not even suspended. She's very actively working.
So want to? Yeah. You not started thing again. Then you go on Facebook and say you didn't say it. So I'm marking the date down. Want to wait now? I'm marking the date down. I'm marking the time. Okay. I'm going to call this and keep it. You just said she's not actually leaving. You are in error. The word grade will be representing ECOWAS President Togo. It is confirmed. Don't go to your sources. Call the word grade and ask her. It is confirmed. Okay? No, don't change it now. This is where we get information. So I don't know who that source is telling you want to. It is confirmed. She got herself a new job. She will be going to Togo representing the president of ECOWAS. Okay? And that will be her new assignment. Now, the assignment they were to give D-Max Kamaya in Sierra Leone, that's something similar she's getting. Have she resigned yet? No. She will be leaving because this trip to America representing the Liberian government will be her last. So, you got anything else to say? You want to change what you said?
No, saying the same thing. The clarity of media is she wasn't suspended. That's what we're trying to provide.
Nobody talk about suspension. Nobody on the show talk about suspension.
Okay, so in terms of what I'm saying,
you changed what you just said, right?
No, it's the same thing I said.
Nobody talk about suspension. Why you for suspension?
Resignation.
So wait. Vandana, wait, I beg you, but let me hold it again small. Oh, sorry to call you again, Vandana. I don't like it. Let me hold Mr. One too small. Nobody talk about suspension. So are we clear? One, two?
No, we're clear. We're saying the same thing. She wasn't fired. She's not resigning out of any confrontational issue. She resigned because
no, we're saying that she resigned. You say she's not resigning. Now, what you just said, I wrote it down. You said she's not resigning.
Where the information was provided start on?
No, when you say your sources say she's not resigning, why you do this?
No, she has a role. That's the clarification I'm going to give.
Okay, but why don't forget it, man? Let's go ahead. This is Punto. I wrote that thing down. We cut it and play it for you
Yeah,
tomorrow.
but let me say something quickly.
Yeah.
So, what are we saying here?
Let's see your face. Take your hand from your
No. I mean, that's the only way I can see.
Oh, okay.
So, what are we talking here? From day one. No. From day one, you remember when we beat Kimaya Besanga for the passport saga? This deputy minister was at the center of controversy. The guy, the passport director that sold our diplomatic passport, she supervised this individual. We grabbed the man, we put him in jail. I'm told he left. But this lady was left undone. She was not invited. She was not investigated with everything that happened within the CDC government. So this is just an exoneration of the CDC government that they did wrong. Because if you can hold the director responsible for selling our diplomatic passport, but then the individual that supervised that individual was left undone, not investigated, nothing, reappointed into government. I personally said that she needed to be a subject of investigation so as to facilitate the entire passport saga so that Liberia will not be branded negatively international community. But she was appointed, she now leaving to go to ECOWAS. Well, I don't need to tell anybody. If you stay in government, you do bad thing, get connections, you will go free.
Thank you, guys. We got to move on, and we got to just try to squeeze in two more other topics. We want to say we are grateful. Tomorrow we'll be discussing about what happened to the importers. You understand that it's a big new thing happening. It's on this phone page. The government of Liberia have made a great reduction and take away from the importers. Sheriff Abdallah and Musa Bedete, they are seriously affected. They brought the money down from 35 cents, they brought it down to 5 cents. Now the question people are asking, where the rest of the money going? They took away 30 cents. This rescue government took away 30 cents from the storage people. They used to get 35 cents. They took away 30 cents. So let me share the document. It's on this phone page. If you don't have it, I will share it with you guys. And now they're saying that who get the money? A lot of different breakdown about handlings and testing, and the argument is huge. I don't know whether it's okay today to do that because we're all the time, because I wanted to reach out to Amos Twe. I wanted to reach out to Musa Ability. I want to reach out to Senator Emmanuel Nukwe, because Emmanuel Nukwe is the chair on that other committee, and people are blaming him directly. Musa Ability is after Emmanuel Nukwe. He's after Amos Twe. He's complaining about the vice president, that these guys are taking the money and putting it in their pocket. Is it true? Is it true that they are taking the money and putting it in their pocket? These are huge allegations. So wherever you find yourself, I really want us to discuss it, because it's only important for us to do that on this show. Or we can keep it more because it's after 11 and discuss about Gafwan and nothing that he had to say today. So let's take our pick. Let's talk about Gafwan today. And then when it is quite early, we can call in these guys. Maybe they're sleeping right now. Then we can call them and make the clarification. But if you go on this phone page, a big reduction, pick one. So Musa Belete working with 5 cents. You know, Musa Belete used to be going with 35 cents. Abdullah Sharif going with 35 cents. Now it's 5 cents, and they even want to give them 2 cents. What can they, are you with us, or you can put yourself in the bag and come back later, sir? So it can either be they are taking it down to 2 cents. And if they take them down to 2 cents, how would these guys then pay their credit that they took from the bank? Have you seen the document, Uncle Sam? Anybody here? Have you guys seen the document? It's on this phone page.
I've seen it, but I think speaking about Gafwan will be, because we don't have much time. I think if we speak on Gafwan and use that topic tomorrow, will be really nice.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. What do you think?
Well, let me go read it, then I'll get back to you.
Let's read it, then we'll talk about the Musa in this document more. That would be better, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so let's do that. But most of you listen to Gafwan. I didn't listen to him, but most of you listen to Gafwan. I want to start with
But why you not ask me to? Why not ask for my opinion?
You are one
And you know
among
I'm the
five.
junior CEO.
You are one among five individuals. Yeah, I didn't ask. I'm sorry, sir. I can't scream.
I agree. I just want to put your last.
No problem. I will control myself tonight. I can't scream. We have how you call it? Gafwan, man. He said he was coming to speak after St. Michael spoke yesterday and raised so many issues. 300,000 elevator. The issue about you not paying the University of Liberia, payroll paddling, the issue about debt, what they usually do to move the debt around and get kickback. Issue about the non-flow is the party headquarters of Gafwan. Gafwan decided not to talk about them mostly, but just to talk about Stanton and other trivial issue. I was taken back when people called me this morning and they were telling me that, listen, Gafwan decided to talk about you for almost 20 minutes. I can't scream. What's going on with Gafwan here?
The minister today, I listened to part of his statements today. Look, the minister actually had no reason to waste state resources today to call almost all the media institutions and say nothing to the country. Like you said, there were grave allegations levied against the minister and the ministry. The minister escaped all, but came up with barrage of unsubstantiated conversation today. For me, it was a waste of time. Take, for example, how can the minister make a 40 analogy that, look, we had to pay money for Lone Star off budget spending because they had a game to play. We couldn't afford for them not to play the game. But then you couldn't use the same off budget spending authority that you have to spend to pay for the University of Liberia, $200,000 to pay for the reopening of the University of Liberia. You say, in fact, it was not legislated or it should have been legislated. What kind of faulted analysis is that? What kind of contradiction is that? Okay, you have 1 million allocated for rehabilitation and renovation 2024. The often shows that the money was used. Today, in fact, Fast Check just raised that issue on OKFM when Dopo raised that issue on the OT10, Senator Dopo, that the money was spent. Who spent the money? The University of Liberia said we didn't receive the $1 million. How in the world will you say, okay, I use the money for another thing, then you look in 2025 budget and use 25 budget for 2024 with all legislative authority or approval? The other citizens should have been arrested. Not just on the basis of misapplication of funds, but on the basis of not having legislative authority to use a 2005 budget allocation line for 2024. That's robbery. No one's stupid here. No one should talk about recast. The money was not recast to have been used for that purpose of 2024. So nobody's stupid. So the request by the University of Liberia is not for off-budget spending. The request is for what was allocated for them to use. And Gafan used it for another situation. That's the issue. About 115 million United States is unaccounted for. And you're only talking about $2.8 million. 78 point some of United States dollars it has not been used under budget funding. 78 million, a lot of discrepancy that the minister could not speak to. And you look at it, you say, oh, that $2.8 million accounted for under my administration, the other administration that were almost $90 million. But did you talk about 2016?
Thank you.
Over 100 some more $1,000 unaccounted for. Did you speak to 2016? I think he was being
Thank you very
unfair
much,
today.
man.
And
We'll
his
come back.
statement
Let's do a quick
his
round.
action, no, just less than 10 seconds. The
Yeah,
action
that
today
close it
by the
up.
minister is a mere knee-jerk reaction and trying to protect his own political future for tomorrow. That's what he intended to have done. And yeah,
Thank you, thank you very much. Uncle Sam, let me bring you in. Uncle Sam, there's a serious allegation. You were on the show yesterday. 300,000 for elevator. Gafan didn't address it. Information that came from the past government, but the money was dispersed under this government. Who they gave contract to, Gafan didn't address it. The allegation of Bill McGee Jones receiving 20% as kickback, even on what was discussed, that they forged the signature from the gentleman from the American Embassy. Gafan yet to show document about disciplinary action or the investigative report. He didn't address it. The issue about debt and how the debt is scheduled. You come, you schedule to give high kickback, they process your debt. Gafan didn't address it. The issue about the University of Liberia and the $550,000 that they requested for, Gafan said, well, I cannot give an off-budget account. Now he's saying that, well, we did it for youth and sport, but we cannot do it for the University of Liberia. The 2.8 million, biggest complication ever, no matter how you put it. They only realize that it happened in 2023, 2022. So if it happened in 2024, it shouldn't be a problem. It's very misleading. But Gafan spent enough time talking about Stanton Witherspoon, who is nobody, and other individuals. I just can't understand, Uncle Sam. What's going on with Gav?
Okay, look, I heard bits and pieces of it. I don't think he was very strong or even try to minimally rebut anything that Semeko said, and that was a disappointment for me, right? And I mean, this is a guy I have a lot of respect for. This is a guy I respect his professional judgment and what have you. But it appears to me that this press conference was not well thought out. It wasn't laid out, and the narrative was not properly structured to tell his story. Okay. The other thing that he said that had me a little bit taken aback, since I was on Vincent Street today, when he said there are no more water carriers going up, Muscle Man going up on Snapper Hill. And I was there today, and I saw people carrying water. So, you know, I'm in a state of constructive engagement with the government because they've been accusing me of being this irascible opposition critic of the government, right? So I want to give them some breathing space, but they're not providing enough meat for me to give them a breathing space. But what I'm not going to be is I'm not going to be complicit in things that they do. So just to be agreeable to get along with them. I don't think he was forthright today. I don't think he was strong enough today. And I think they should really try to see if they can upgrade their public relations thing at the Ministry of Finance. And I don't know who's running the public relations, but if this press conference today was meant to dispel what Semeko said, this press conference didn't do it. And this was not a good representation of the Kafwan man that I know, love, and respect. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I will say this to you, Uncle Sam. You make mention about the pushing cartoon of water barrels. It's very important. Like Gafwan lie again. Yeah. So when we look at Gafwan and say he's a bloody liar, that's exactly what we're talking about.
I don't know if he lied.
Uncle Sam, you finish now. They just stop this thing about misled. Gafwan can walk down Broad Street and see this thing. Nobody have to tell Gafwan that nobody pushing water. So stop the game about he was misled. Gafwan lies. These are bloody lies. Gafwan telling us that nobody go across the street with 5 gallons in one hand, 5 gallons in the other hand, or in the push.
The Minister of Finance appeared on ERPC and said that there is no one selling water within the central part of Malta. As you can see here, those are the water in 0 gallons, and on push. So that's.
Can you imagine on the broad day lies? Can you just think for a second that Gafwan is so confused? That Gafwan mental state is dangerous for our country. Can you just imagine that? That Gafwan having a mental breakdown that he can look at the Republic of Liberia, and said nobody crossing the street. And that's the reason why we call Gafwan a bloody liar. Gafwan is incompetent when it comes to lies to run the ministry. How can Gafwan say this? People are hustling, and Gafwan making fun out of their hustle. It really no job. And Gafwan said that people carry home more than $150. What people carry home $53, $83. Then you want to tell a minister would tell me, or director would tell me, oh, you know why the man trying to ease the tension in the country? No, because you're getting $25,000 a month. So to you, it's a joke. But great, the people out there not getting $25,000 a month. They are not getting $5,000 a month. Be real with the people. Tell them I feel your pain. What did Gafwan say today to change anything? What? How can we? Listen, Gafwan is a failure and he's leading the government to fail even more. Hurry. Gafwan is telling the government, hurry, fail. We want to get to 2029, we want to run. He didn't even discuss anything about Semenko. He ran from Semenko because all day they've been calling him not to talk again. All day they've been calling Semenko not to talk. He ran from Semenko. Question: 300,000. Let's address this. Did any of you guys hear Gafwan talking about the 300,000 plus for elevator today?
Never.
Fubi, did you hear Gafwan talking about the 300,000 plus for elevator? So Semenko was right because nobody can speak to it. Fubi, I'm coming to you, my brother. Do we hear anything? I want to take this step by step and talk about Gafwan. Listen, Joseph Boaga can keep Gafwan to that Kinokala, Joseph Boaga business. The laboratory will pay Joseph Boaga. Let it pay Joe when he came to Samuel 12. They will pay Joseph Boaga. This is a man that say everything price not drop. Go to Douala Market. Go ask the people why Gafwan was right. You know how Gafwan can shopping, you know why he can shopping, eh? You think Gafwan can go to Douala Market? This is an embarrassment. Fully, let's hear you. I mean, if you see these guys that are hustling, this is the reason why we can come and say what we want to say, that this is an embarrassment. I want to play this. At the end of the day, there's no change. Look at the university. That's not Gafwan. Gafwan already failed, we know that, but it's on you, President Boaga. You passed to go for your cabinet meeting today. You went to the executive mansion. Who can deny that? What are they? I mean, this is an embarrassment. I want to leave that. This is a complete embarrassment. Gafwan lying. No change. And I love that. I don't know who created that. Sorry to that. I love it. I will make that my ringtone. I love it. That's an embarrassment. I want to make that my ringtone. I love it. Can somebody just send it to me? I don't know. I will ask that to send it to me. That's a complete embarrassment. No shame. Gafwan said nobody's selling water on the street. Ladies and gentlemen, go on Macklin Street. Go up on Broad Street, Benson Street.
The Minister of Power appeared on ERPC and said that there is no one selling water within the central part of Malta. As you can see here, those are the water in 0 gallons.
This guy is very bad for our country, man. I don't even want to talk about him. This guy is a disgrace. How can he represent Liberia? He's a failure. He's a complete failure. He cannot make it. He cannot make Liberia to make it. He's worse. He's the worst finance minister ever. He's a disgrace to society to serve as finance minister. You were tough, my brother. You were tough. You were tough. General CEO, you were tough. He cannot do this to the country. We deserve better than Gafwan. But let's say if we send a general CEO, caught me all there, let's listen to Gafwan small.
Of 4.27 billion. Let me give you another area of distinction. The payment, the total stuff they say put on hold over legislative approval, right? 2.8. Do you know what it was 2023?
The man won't get defense. He not go to Joe and said, do you know why it was 2023? We're talking about now. Gafwan looked like he drunk. It looked like he was tipsy. Seriously. Listen, no, look at Gafwan. He was seeing himself. Seriously, I'm not trying to disrespect him. He's a bloody liar, we know that. How can Gafwan say from 2.8 million, 2024, he taking us back to 2023? You know why we removed Jowiah? We removed Jowiah because of this reason. So compare your notes with Jowiah notes and we're going to remove you. We removed Jowiah because of this reason. What's going on with Gafwan? What's going on in her brain, in his cell, in his functioning? You're going to compare us with failure? We agree that Jowiah was failure. So you're going to, oh yeah, you know what? Jowiah came here, but we're doing here, so we look better. No, you are failing the country. But Fubi, I shouldn't take your time to talk. If you waste time with talk, you can talk.
So yeah, so firstly, I didn't expect Gafwan to respond to Save Beko today. You know, I don't think he should have gone line by line to respond to Save Beko, because that would have placed another who have shifted the whole debate in another direction. But and also, I think the point he tried to also draw, though I would not 100% agree with it, you know, the improvement between CDC regime and UP, you know, the 96 million with CDC and the 2.8 with UP, even though CDC, you know, I can say that for a fact, you know, Gafwan is better than 12, and, you know, we didn't expect, we not hail the government for not accounting for 2.8 million. That's something that, you know, every audit that will take place, you as the auditee, when these issues are raised, you have to ensure that you clear them up before it gets to the public. Because when it gets to the public, the twist will be different. So you cannot give the auditors the reason to publish a bad report, then we come to the public to defend them, and you know, try to make comparison between the past and the present. You know, that for me is not a good sign of leadership. You know, they should have ensured that they clear all those issues with the auditors and make sure that they had an unqualified report coming to the public, as opposed to saying, you know, let LCC investigate 2023 and 2024. You know, with a huge disparity. You know, they might put in a lot of physical discipline between the 1 year period that you took over, but that still is not a good thing. Showing that amount of discrepancy, $2.8 million is not anything small. And you know, with no CDC, there are a lot of damages in it when they ran the show. That I said, that's one reason I said any government that will succeed CDC will take them 3 years to set the country back on track. And you know, that's what will not be clapping for the disparity between this 2024 report. Is not something good that the government should hail, and they should try as much as possible to clear them up. Whatever LCC investigation they're calling for, call for them. It's good that he himself welcomed the LCC report investigation, and they should, once, if LCC actually does that and take the 2 years that you're referencing, 2023 and 2024, all those that are fall culpable should be dealt with. And one thing he also said, I think, you might have some of these material misstatement. They might not necessarily be fraud, but sometimes it be documentation issue. But make sure that you clear these documentation issues before you get to the public, because you keeping the records. The auditors come, the auditors don't have access to your book. You prepare the report. The auditor didn't prepare a report. So they only take a report and ask you specific questions to show documentation. So you must be in a position to clarify all of those stuff, because you prepare a report, you have all the confidence. So you should be able to do that. And so the only obligation is clear those stuff. Thank you.
You are quite correct, Fubi. No, thank you. You are quite correct. Let me bring in Vendetta Patrick, VP. Jackie, we don't know what you on. You on and off. We're not catching up with you today, Jackie.
So CEO,
it's okay.
Well, everybody got to take that round to talk. So, but I'm here.
All right.
So CEO, every government that comes to office, they meet existing challenges and they create theirs. The CDC came to power, they have overwhelming authority, 62%, and we expected that everything would go well. But they had their own institutional challenges. How they managed it, the 2023 election decided.
Waiting for you.
thing, you talk about fiscal discipline, what this government will do, and I'm happy that you're holding them accountable. But primarily, what the Minister of Finance said today, there was some level of over-exaggeration. Some of them were factual. It speaks to current reality. I have to accept that. I want to see a leader who will admit to wrongs. Because if you admit to wrongs, it speaks clearly that you are on a path of solving the problem. That the president said, the country is challenged. And we agree with him. So, for example, the issue of the water, I see Uncle Sam talking about, it's a known fact. I think he over-exaggerated. And that is my disagreement. But the bottom line is the level of water, people carrying water from one office to another, it has reduced compared to 2017, 2020 to 2023. Two things we need to ask, whether some people can afford LWEC or they still want to go to the traditional method. Before then, you went to banking institutions, you see people like LBD are rare on that street, people with water. You go to Ministry of Foreign Affairs, people used to be there with water. You go to private entities like the Abijale, water used to be all over. Am I saying that nobody is hauling water? I said no. But comparing what used to happen to what is happening now, I think there is an availability to some extent. And I want to comment Mo Ali. The only thing I disagree with Mo Ali, the people water, especially between Gale Street and Benson Street, that intersection. He needs to work on that. But there are efforts. The CDC government started it. Before CDC government came to power, people used to carry water in the same kind of thing. When they came to power, they improved. The number of people that were carrying no kind of thing reduced. So there is always a reduction. But to exaggerate, I have a problem, but there is a significant trace. The second thing has to do with the University of Liberia. We have to be honest. I have said clearly, if the University of Liberia is not audited, nothing good will happen at that institution. We have to be honest. There are other ministry and agencies that have budget like 10 million, they receive like 7, they receive less. The University of Liberia, I'm told, it has a budget of $40 million, but it was reduced to 33. But at the end of the day, they got 29, which is significant, almost like 85%. And people are still telling us with that amount, they could not renovate the University of Liberia. They kept that institution dirty and stink compared to what the challenges inherited by Dr. Dennis. His budget was less than 18 million. That old man kept the university to a certain standard. I'll come and see you all. I'm laying out some things that you said. People have to be accountable in as much as government is supposed to give them money, but the money that have been, the CDC provided money significantly to the University of Liberia. They did not pin that building. They kept that building very dirty and stink, even though they received all the money. So this thing is not just about the minister, it's an institutional problem. Lastly, CEO, I think one of the things that I want us to focus on and investigate. Kafan said today that the World Bank in the next 5 years will provide $500 million United States dollars for development purpose in Liberia. It is our prerogative. Thank God we have the World Bank office here. That those who are listening, media institution, to go to World Bank office tomorrow. I want to see media, and this is innovative, to ask the World Bank and the IFC as to whether the statement made by Kafan is true. We need the media to help us. Tomorrow when we come here, we'll expose all the lies. I think that information is significant for us to judge.
Thank you very much, VP. Well, the only thing Gafan could have done, just share the document with the media. Save it. You want us to go call World Bank. Gafan lying again. That persuasive lie. The only thing Gafan could have done easily, after speaking and said, this is the World Bank report, we're getting 500 million or 1 billion. Gafan lie. Gafan is a liar. Just stop calling up for this guy. You'll regret it tomorrow. The woman, you said the woman received almost the money, 39 million. No. The Mama Paya went to the Senate and said, I'm begging for money. That's the letter yet. She said, please give me 200,000 immediately to open the school. I mean, I don't know. Let me, because you're CEO now, I gotta be very careful how I address you. But I'm almost going to say you got a job at the Ministry of Finance as a consultant, but I'm not going to say that.
So when you pressing the vice president here, nobody says anything. When you pressing other public officials, nobody say anything. Nobody say you getting money from there. Nobody say you get consultancies. You want to
hold on, let me do this for you. I beg you, Honorable CEO, please bring something on the vice president. I will help you for all the dirty and telling Liberian people. I promise you that. I beg you. Please bring something on Joseph Imam Baka. I will help you for all the dirty and telling Liberian people.
My man, the time of criticizing JNB, yeah. No, mute me. I used to criticize JNB because you're not doing the right thing. He said, I used to be a drunker. He was improving, fighting corruption. I say, yeah, he's doing well.
So thank you now. Let keep it there. I beg you. You say I'm defending. You and I said don't get it till I defended Jeremiah Kuhn. You're bracing on Jeremiah Kuhn. I'll be the friend of Jeremiah Kuhn. Let me tell you now. You think I got a friend when it comes to the Liberian people? I got no friend. I couldn't agree. He must say I'm fine on that thing before. I'll be the friend of Jeremiah Kuhn. Bring it. Colonel Abraham Migray, let's hear you, sir. The retired colonel.
Well, Stanton, the same mistake the CDC made. You know, if you want to be the world boxing champion, you should face the champion. You can't go beat one little man down the street, then you say, I'm the world champion. I think the idea of coming to unfriendly territory like Spoon these days to defend your policy and your status, your performance, is a big mistake. If you wanted to talk about Stanton so bad, then come and face Stanton on his platform. You know, but if you go somewhere else, of course, you toot your own horn and nobody will stop you because that's the basis for which they exist. And I fault the minister for doing so, and I hope that it will foster a relationship where we'll come on friendly territory and say stuff. Let somebody put him in check, and that will make him a better minister. That said, I heard he was talking about, you know, looking at the GAC report over and over. If he were to take that piece of instrument and come onto a platform like yours and try to speak on or behalf of that document, probably would have had, you know, a good day on the field. But he also talked about including certain things in his book, in his memoir. Look, you get more to include in your memoir if you face the individual you think is criticizing you. And that's the mistake we'll make. We'll tend to run away from those who we should be facing to make our day or to make our life better. And I will hope that the minister will find a way to come on Spoon sometimes. He used to come. Look, you don't expect by the president, even at home, in the family, people stand up against you. You're not a dictator, you know, unilaterally, because somebody will stand up against you. That's family dynamism, that's human dynamism. And this foreign minister, I mean, this minister of finance, and there are so many other things that he needed to address, and I'm hoping that he will come to address it. Now to go on, ERBC is a friendly territory. They're not going to push you. Come to Stanton. If you corner the man, then
great. You know, great. You know the mechanical in the dojo. This is death before dishonor. You know that.
Well, if you're scared of bloody nose, then
you know Gaffer lie. And let me tell you something. Gaffer said, "Oh, I don't know Stanton." You know how many messages between Gaffer and myself? I'm not going to put it out. The man disappearing messages 24 hours. I caught all those messages. You know how many messages between Gaffer and myself before he got nominated? I'm not going to put it. I'm not childish. The only reason why I put it on Gafwan told the investigator and say, Stanton say I'm a bloody liar. So London Dudu sent me the message to ask me. And I said, yes, let me send you the message I sent Gafwan. Since he told you, I would tell you what I told him. And I sent it to London Dudu. I said, I call you a bloody liar because you know why? We expected more and better things from Gafwan. But Gafwan is lying every day. This is the man that walk in cabinet meetings without computer, without PowerPoint presentation, and just look at the president and say, Mr. President, we are doing well. Show us your data, show us the flow, nothing. This is very dangerous, you know. This is a man that banking on MCC. Every day he go meet people in government and say, we having MCC coming it was coming 2024, it coming 2025, now it coming 2026. We have a problem. We embrace everything, but the work of Gafwan is like people term it as dereliction of duty. And the people he giving the work to, they are all corrupt, like St. Michael said. They are all in cartel. Read the history, read it, but then Gafwan is a disappointment. I mean, I know a lot about that finance ministry. And if the pushman will put document out. The only thing that's saving that finance ministry because we're still giving President Vargas a chance to recruit and regroup and get things right. Gafwan is behaving like project manager. He's not behaving like somebody that knows the basic function of the economy of the country. And people say they may have done for Jeremiah Kun. Do you know that I worry about Jeremiah Kun? Who in the government besides Bwaka that I would say, yeah, I would try at least to support when that time comes if he does right? Do you know that I'm a Jeremiah Kun man? Ask Jeremiah Kun how many times I've given him a hard time. Why I can call Jeremiah Kun name and Musa Belete accuse him of this? I just got Jeremiah Kun name and we'll be on this tomorrow of this. Musa Belete accusing Jeremiah Kun, Emmanuel Nuku, and the rest of them. I can challenge them. But Gafwan need to face in the truth and learn to speak the truth, not to sit at Bedekasa Hotel. Gafwan shouldn't make me talk, sending money to where his concubines are. He shouldn't make me talk. You know how many people at the Father's ministry don't like Gafwan giving us information? If it wasn't for Joseph Yumabaka, I have displayed most of this information. The guys that came and said, they begged me to come. Bwaka didn't beg you to come. You were begging, looking for the job. Bwaka begged me to come. You spent over 300,000. Tell the Liberian people how many kickback you got from that elevator repair. Tell them. Tell the Liberian people where the rest of the money go. The revolving door money you are operating on. You go spend over 15 minutes talking about me. Who am I? I said, right here, Iman, while I drink my coffee, I sit there and document their flow. I'm talking right now, documents coming. What made me stop putting things? Oh, Jackie will come to you. What made me stop to put document on whenever the president travel? I would say that whenever President Joseph Yuma have travel, I know who all on the list. I know how much the government spent. Even the current one. But you know why I don't do it? I'm trying to give President Barker a chance to get it right. To get it right. But Gafwan want to sit there and be so corrupt and lie to Joseph Yuma Barker. And we will not stand for this. Go back to where you came from and do your project management job. It's a better 20 if you ever put it down. But we'll not sit here. You know what? Bwama Kamara, he put his hand up, he walk. He say, I'm going. When people are trying to get involved to be corrupt, to do off-budget spending all the time, Bwama Kamara say, I don't want this thing, I'm going. Can Gafwan do the same? He protected all his deputies because he in it with them. This is a problem. Let's see if Jackie will come to 12812 and Darius do. Jackie, yeah, talk to us.
Listen, Stanton, Minister Kafwan is a 2 times finance minister, 1 time foreign minister, and in between he worked at the African Development Bank. That shows that he's doing something right, both public and private. And above all, with all these years he has served up to today, not one sanction against him. In fact, he is working very well with the international community. If the international community did not have any confidence in him, as with his predecessor, over 3 years ago, who served for 6 years as finance minister, we will be hearing a lot of negative stuff from the international community. And on the contrary, we're not. The MCC is coming back. IFC is willing to put more money into our economy. IFC, the part of the World Bank that helps to support the private sector. A lot of good things are happening in this country, and it's happening because there is something right that Ministry of Finance under the leadership of Kafwan, of Augustine Fifi Kafwan, is doing. So we can, it's good to do some critical analysis, but the bottom line is Minister Kafwan is doing a very good job at this point. He's only been on the job under this administration for I think about a year now, because he has had 2 predecessors since this government came in, and then also the spillover from the last government, because this government is only a year and 8 months old. So there's a lot of things here that he's cleaning up. There's a lot of things at the same time where the international community is building a lot of confidence when they speak to him, when they engage him. And Liberia is getting a lot more because of him, because of his leadership as finance minister. Unlike his predecessor over 2 years ago, where the international community and even our local organizations and government officials, civil servants were very, very upset. So we are stabilizing, we are getting better, and there are things that are improving. Do we still have a lot more to go, more improvement in this country? Oh, definitely. We have not even started to scratch the surface yet to transform our country into a low middle income society. But right now, things are on the right track, and we look forward to seeing him do more, to improve more things. But the fact that he has been 2 times finance minister, 1 time foreign minister, not one sanctioned by the international body, and working with the African Development Bank, which his relationship with the African Development Bank is even helping Liberia today. That's something good to say, and we should applaud for that. He's
Thank you.
also working to make sure that the budget, that we stay on course, unlike over 2 years ago when we had a whole lot of off-budget spending where money was not even accounted for. So
Thank you very much.
so that's what I want to say. He is doing a good job, and we should applaud him for that, but encourage him to do a whole lot more so that we see more on behalf of the Liberian people. But he's on the right track.
Thank you. Jackie, I beg you, Doris and Wanto. Jackie, the elevator contract, did Gafwan tell you who he gave the contract to and how much was paid? No. Jackie, let's go down the line about the debt issue at the finance ministry. Let's talk about the payroll pathway that involved the CSA, all right, that they investigated the finance ministry. Let's talk about Bill Maggie Jones. What happened with that investigation that Gafwan have on his desk? Jackie, as much as you're talking about sanction on Samuel Twe, when did the sanction come on Samuel Twe? After he completed his 6 years. Gafwan served finance minister and foreign minister. There was no Maneski when Gafwan was serving as finance minister and foreign minister. That way that Gafwan finished serving. And when all the documents, let me finish now. I'm asking I beg you. Let's just wait. We are not calling for sanction on Gafwan. That's not what I would do. Let me tell you something. I spoke to Gafuan's mother from Minnesota. I respect her as a grandma. Ask Gafuan what I did for his brother Richie Gafuan at the Ledges. I don't hate Gafuan.
No, see, oh, leader, all on one, or please, I'm begging you.
No, let me just say this. It's important. I don't hate Gafuan. We will get Gafuan right. And it's our duty to do it for Gafuan. I intentionally call him a bloody liar. He needs to be called a bloody liar. When you look at Liberians and say nobody holding water on the street in barrel, you're a bloody liar. When you look at Liberia and say nobody taking home less than $150, when people are calling us every day, Jackie, you're a bloody liar. When you look at Liberians and cannot give the contract of the $300,000 that you say you spent on elevator, but that money wasn't spent on elevator in this 100% scenario, you're a bloody liar. When you cannot talk to us about the conclusion of that investigation on Bill Market Jones, that he even forged the signature of the U.S. embassy representative as alleged, you're a bloody liar. Things that are happening at the ministry, Gafuan is aware. He knows. He needs to be held responsible for this. Is he doing some good things? You can cram in a river and explain that good things, that's fine. But I will hold Gafuan to the lies that he's selling, to the lies that he thinks is improving him. They talk about him having a meeting, a political meeting at the finance ministry. He didn't address it because it's true. Now folks are telling us that were in that meeting, that have been contacted, they are telling us it's true. And they are willing to send information to us. You're a bloody liar. Because Senator did it prior to 2023, so you can do it 2024. Come on, Jackie. If you can speak and I cannot speak, Joseph Boaga legacy is doomed. They're gonna bring in Wanto and bring in Darius. Wanto?
Thank you so much, Stanton. I was just about to provide that clarification. When we are speaking about reality, the idea of sanction is just far-fetched from the conversation. You know, because the last conversation we had explained the aspect of sanction. Sanction is a political tool. Whether you like it or not, there are global perspective on it. The fundamental, Chagisa left the chat, but we'll speak to the fact. What is most important here, Stanton, is that there was one statement that Semeko said in his outburst on the minister. He said the minister have turned the Ministry of Finance to be a political ground towards 2029. I agree with him. The very millennial compact of Vandana Pachu was speaking about more than 4 times. The ministry have used millennial compact as a political tool. The last time, it even took the U.S. embassy to issue a public clarification saying no, just qualifying for the millennial scorecard does not automatically translate to grant. We provided 3 to 4 clarifications. The last time, the minister just distributed another message of Unity Partisan, and they were passing around 500 million. The country has moved forward. We came back with debunk that argument that this is wrong. The minister should be professional and should not use critical issue, the developmental process, as a political tool. And this is what this government are turning to. Jackie spoke about deficit. Just recently, the government, the revenue authority, provide information that there were 22 point some more deficit on this government. We haven't seen this for a long time. But on this audit, if you take a look at the audit and a statement from Semeko, you feel very bad about this government. It said one of the statements is the investigation reported showed that there were over 200,000 used for painting contract at the Ministry of Finance. If you go to the Ministry of Finance, you can't even see any trademark of that paint. 200,000 used on painting alone. There's another allegation on the deputy minister. Up to now, there has been no accountability on the deputy minister where he inflated over 200,000. So these are critical issues. When we're saying this thing, you can't come back to say, oh, honor CDC, honor this, honor that. But this is what is interesting. When the General Auditing Commission, when GSA came out with their report, the Ministry of Finance posted on their website with a lot of contradiction. The first aspect is they argued that all payments were done in proper documentation, but they admit also that of the US $700 million spent in 2024, GSA saw documentation that have no transactions. The contradiction in the statement Stanton is that if all the payment have proper documentation, how can $2.8 million remain undocumented? The minister have not even explained that. In another aspect, the minister argued that he archived all the documents. So because he archived the document, 2.8 million cannot be formed because all of the documents were archived. The same GSC report said if documentation cannot be formed, there's no way to verify whether funds was misappropriated. There's also a very important contradiction also from the system that been overwhelmed. So every aspect, if we're having this kind of conversation, in every way possible, you realize that the Minister of Finance is completely contradicting himself. The last thing I want to highlight is the threatening statement. Whether you like it or not, Stanton have demonstrated extreme consistency in his work. As a citizen, I've already applauded a whole lot. To take 15 minutes as a Minister of Finance to only speak about Stanton, he says Stanton is doing this, Stanton is doing that. He didn't counter-argue anything being laid out on Spoon Talk. His major counter-argument was that Stanton is providing, he has a personal issue against him. In fact, said he don't pay attention to them. He made more than 4 press statements as a minister consistently. If you are not bothered about that, why would you be consistently having press statements? And this is something interesting to look at. Jackie said the minister is doing what? The minister is doing what? He's making over 4 press statements. You should be concerned about the output of that. The last time on this media, the public publicly voted Minister Samuel D. Toye, former Minister Samuel D. Toye, as the best finance minister in post-war. But United Partisans will sit there and say the minister is doing well when the public voted former minister as the best in post-war on this very media. I think Jackie was on the media when they voted. They didn't vote him because of sanction. They voted because there is evidence of tangible progress. Basic things that are not seen under this government. Extreme leverage media. You know, sometimes you are coming in and you want to close me out. So I would say my simple advice to you, Stanton, don't stop. Don't be threatened by the minister in any way possible. And the Liberian people, you know, appreciate you, not just citizen, but independent people in Liberia appreciate your work. And the minister of Affairs, let him continue to be able to work in a way that he too will be appreciated. I finished talking about.
No, so Joe, we are
Can I give a 1 second feedback?
That gap one way intimidate me. I pick you up. Jackie yes again will scare me. That gap one will scare me. Gap one is feeble. That what Mama say. Gap one is feeble. He can scare me. Let me go ahead. That Darius will come back to you.
Yeah, yeah. So it's good to be on the set today. But the CEO has sent you a video. I think it's 25 seconds. I don't know. Can you play it for me, please?
Video business.
Send a video to the producer. Don't say it to me. But I want to ask a question. I think I like this question, Darius. They are asking who took the money. The Auditor General said Liberia Finance Minister cannot account for more than 100 million in consolidated funds. You're just sitting there, this guy is destroying the country. This is Liberia we're talking about. You're sitting down and you want to be partisan. And Gafwan is destroying Liberia. The man have almost 2-hour program. He cannot tell the Liberian people where the money is. You're sitting there in Liberia and you agree because you get consultant says, give me your $5. I'm going to put a list of some consultants that Gafwan and put together. I will put a name up before we leave today. Darius, hold on 1 minute, I'm begging you. You're sitting there in Liberia. Your children cannot go to school. They're asking, who took the money? Gafwan can't answer. University of Liberia, he got 200,000, but who took $100 million? Are you kidding me? You're sitting there, you're thinking just good, we got to be partisan because our neighbor caught on Joseph Iman Baka farm. So we got to support him and support all the cockroaches that come along with him. You guys are serious here? Because maybe some of you get contract. Uncle say run away because he got a church contract coming up. He won't spoil anything. At the age of 72, he run away. He's still hustling. You're sitting there, yeah, because you get other things coming up with Gafwan. When will you stand up and speak up? When? You agree to be poor and be opening the car trunk and the gifts and money the children. Is that your life? Government said he left World Bank, he left this, he left that to come, and he can give account for over 100 million United States dollars. Who took the money? Who took the money? This is an embarrassment. You go on ERBC, Toto Yama Yama, no head, no take. The poor soul is confused. Bill Maggett Jones from Royal Maryland, Washington, D.C., he confused. Deputy Minister Myers, he confused. Tenet Brunson Pashi Benderson, Charlie Quintana. So she just there. She eat her own and keep quiet. People you go, they give you 2,000, they give you 3,000, you're happy. You can't talk something you don't know because they gave you 3,000 as a consultant. Are you guys serious? Folks, we need to fight this. We need a better Liberia, man. This guy begged for the job. He called, he begged. And maybe 2 years people gave up on you, and you celebrate it and say people rest price go down. You know how much for the back of rest in Douala today? And he said rest price go down, Gafan. When last you been to real market? I mean, this is huge. Now I will end on this, and we'll run with that story tomorrow. You guys remember the egg farm that President Baga visited? The Jewish man egg portrait, they said are beating. They owe the man money. Gafan man run away from the man. Gafan said he can beat the man. You know, the man credited the money. The money was loaned to the Jewish man, right? On a CDC town. The man opened the operator not to pay for the man to sell the man between Rag and High Place. Grisman went there, and peace be to his ashes. Grisman told the president, said, man, we got to pay this money. Gafan said he can't pay. I will bring the document up, and I will bring the story up tomorrow. You know, if I talk about Gafan, it means that where I want from Gafan? Where I want from Gafan? Yeah, y'all don't let her talk, man.
All the chicken thing, I didn't want to say the broiler. Jackie then said the broiler.
They didn't bring chicken thing. I get a document. I read the document. They didn't bring no chicken thing. They are chicken air thing.
They can't go blow.
The older man. We'll discuss it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Gafan been running away from the man. The man went to Gafan. Gafan ran away from the man and sent the man to Myers. Myers ran away from the man. Why are you embarrassing Liberia like this?
Well, any shit on that government, when I speak to someone, we're exposed to United Party government.
Go ahead, Darius. We can't keep you, man. Listen, if you want to come and defend
my man, let talk. You're just talking about that.
Let Darius talk. Darius, go ahead.
Yeah, as no need to play the video. The Oracle newspaper have laid a foundation for my analysis. I think, like you said, Minister Gafan is not just a bloody liar. He is an unrepentant liar. The man, final minister comes to the Liberian people and lie broad day on basic economic things, cooking the numbers when our people are suffering, when no drugs are at the clinic and hospitals, the schools are dilapidated, people barely eat. African Development Bank just released a report on Liberia 2025, Human Capital Report. I think the Variety News flagged that. Go and see that. Now, Minister Gafan tried to confuse the Liberian people today by focusing his attention on one of the findings of the GAC report, which is the 2.8 million. But Minister Gafan, the entire GAC report, it is not about 2.8 million. The report established 2.9 million that was taken from the account, that was adjusted from the account prior to President Baga coming into office. GAC said there's no evidence, no paper trail, no documentation for that 2.9 million. GAC also said there is 12.5 million that you recorded on the financial statement. You said it was for vendors. They saw no evidence, no documentation that 12.5 million was given to vendors. GAC also established another 10.3 million as a variance between figures reported, expenditure figures reported in the consolidated fund account versus the figures reported in the respective GL entities in financial statement. GSC also established 2.8 million that you exceeded in expenditure of the budget. GSC established 78.2 million that you honor disbursed to 106 entities, ministry entities, agency. GSC also established another 2.8 million that you facilitated without adequate supporting document, no payment receipts. GSC established 6.1 million as a variance between expenditure figures recorded in the RFMRS ledger and expenditure figures reported in the financial statement. We are talking about over 115 million GSC 2024 report established. While Minister Gaffan is only talking about 2.8 million. Go and read the GSC report. Over 115 million unaccounted for, no supporting evidence, no paper trail, no documentation. We're talking about just 2.8 million. In fact, there are two different 2.8 million in the GSC findings. So Gavan just tried to confuse us today, the Liberian people that are only 2.8 million, and he lied. How will you say of the entire 738 million 2024 budget, only 2.2 million unaccounted for, no adequate supporting document? When the GSC report documented all of the various findings, amounting to over 150 million, no supporting document, no adequate evidence, no paper trail. So it is not 2.8 million. It is over 115 million. Go and read the report, Vanana. It's documented. No evidence, no paper trail, no documentation. So if you get a qualified opinion and you're celebrating for 115 plus million that you cannot account for, that is deception and hypocrisy. That is wickedness. It is nothing to celebrate. Then you say, I listened to the minister today, he said the paper trail, they could not find the documentation. 4 ministers came in before he came, and the Ministry of Finance is looking for another area for saving documents. We're talking about over 150 million. The Liberian people money.
Well, that hold you right there, because I want to ask Jackie though. Jackie, what I say to you when the ministers say we cannot find the document, and then we'll go to our current screen. I mean, you've been there now for 1 year. You knew you were going to be questioned. Well, what I say to you, Jackie?
So, Senator, from my understanding, I think the GSC wanted a response within 5 days after the management letter to MFDP. So within that window, the storage where documents are sent off, they were not able to find the relevant document to the question or the inquiries by the GSC. This does not mean or necessarily mean that something was done due to negligence or wrongdoing on behalf of the ministry. And let's keep in mind that the audit period, for some of that period, the minister has only been minister for 1 year. Yeah, he is the current minister. Any audit that is done while he's minister, he has to respond to it. But it doesn't mean that he was there when some of these transactions took place. He still has to take responsibility. He was not the one who personally went into the storage to file those documents.
Gafan,
so
sorry, Gafan sister. Let me ask you a question again. I beg you, Mama. No, you already answered that. I just want to just squeeze something real quick because I beg you. So let's agree with you that he came in September, right? And he wasn't there. So now are you saying that Burma or the acting minister Myers responsible?
I'm not saying what I'm not. I don't know exactly the exact audit period in question, like the month.
But you said he just got there. That's what you said.
Yeah, he's been there for a year. Yeah, as a minister, he takes responsibility for answering the questions,
to the responsibility
not for the action. If he was not there.
But if you say he was not there, that means the other people are there who should hold him. Because it was Poema Kamara and then Myers.
But,
so if it's not Gafwan, then who?
But Stanton, I
Yes,
just
ma'am.
said also it doesn't mean that any wrongdoing was done. All it means is that whosoever was responsible, which department, the archive department, how did they file the document? So there was a
Who's the head of the ministry?
video
Who's the
that
head?
was
Who's the head
given-
of the ministry? Who's the head of the ministry?
Stanton.
Yes,
Stanton,
ma'am. Yes,
please
ma'am.
listen to what I'm saying.
I'm just
What
asking
I'm
you, who's
saying-
the head of the ministry?
Well, I already answered that question. I said the head of the ministry is responsible for responding to inquiries by GAC. This does not mean, look, when audit, let's be fair here. When audit is done, even if you say the auditor says, I cannot, there's no paperwork for this $1 on the pencil that you just purchased, it doesn't necessarily mean that something was wrong, that something was done that was wrong.
Thank you, Jackie.
Yes, it could be a simple thing as system audit issues that you are not properly filing your records.
Jackie, thank you.
The head of a ministry should then take note to make the necessary
Jackie.
corrections going forward so that
Jackie,
that
thank you.
issue is no longer an issue.
Jackie, thank you very much.
No,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
try to-
Why
I said.
Let Darius finish. Let Darius finish. We'll come to you on a
No, but Dara has spoken to you. How you want it? Dara has spoken. He spoke for almost.
I interrupted.
No, but Dara has spoken for almost 3 minutes. Why were you?
As a moderator, I give Darius
Oh, is
another
it because
10.
he opposition now?
Darius, please go ahead.
I think I need to be.
To conclude, honestly, I listened to Minister Gafan today. He said, as of the 2024 budget for the University of Liberia, only 16,000 of the 33.7 million, only 16,000 UL did not receive in 2024. Well, Minister Gafan also lied. Go to the GAC report. Of the 106 ministry and agency that did not receive full budget that were honored disbursed, UL is there. GAC report says UL, the University of Liberia, 2024 did not receive 2.6 million. But today, Minister Gafan said only 16,000 outstanding in 2024 for UL. But GAC report is saying 2.6 million was not given to the University of Liberia. The university only received 31.1 million of 33.7 million. So 2.6 million did not go to the University of Liberia in 2024. That was a lie.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Great man. You know, why we try to do this thing every day, it looks so funny, right? That nobody can defend Gafwan. It's a disgrace. Nobody can. The only thing they will say, 712 did it, and Gafwan didn't do that much. Great, let's talk. I mean, let's be sincere here. Before you do that, great. We named Fadiga and Daniel yesterday as consultant. Look at the list of consultants Gafwan have. We're going to pull all of them out. Gafwan now open Pandora bags. Hassan Kazuru, former representative, District Number 17, Moserado County, consultant. Emmanuel Law, consultant, technical liaison, focal point, Ministry of Development Unit. Benedict Hallison, consultant, senior advisor on program and project, Office of the Finance Minister. Mustafa Dukle, consultant, senior advisor for program and policy. Nehemiah Fenswai, consultant. I mean, if you give me a chance, I can name them all to you. Benedict Aka, consultant. I can name them all to you if you give me the chance. Fadiga, consultant. Daniel, consultant. I can put them up. Why are you doing this? All of the consultants say, how much are you spending? But you get people in the ministry that are doing the same job, but these are your guys that you put on the wall from to attack individuals. We have the whole list. And now Gafwan asking for the payroll from the University of Liberia. I got to talk to me. I will put the payroll list up. Let the Liberian people see it.
Look. Stand up.
and to everyone, Gaffran and his defenders are being extremely disingenuous. Extremely disingenuous. When something happened under the CDC administration, they say it was bad. When similar thing happened under your administration, even if that $2 cannot be accounted for under your administration, and so under CDC administration, $4 were not accounted for. So the $2 better than the $4. By being disingenuous. Stand on. In 2016-2017 audit report, a disclaimer. The entire budget, that means the GSC said we can't even touch it because it only accounted for $556 million. Now, public record here. Go do the research on the GSC work. $556 million United States dollars. The GSC opinion was disclaimer. That means no document to confirm under the Unity Party administration. Is this the argument that you're bringing to the table about 90-something million dollars? You say, only $2-something million? That being extremely disingenuous. Why he cherry pick 2023? Why he left 2022? Let me tell you about 2022. It didn't even reach $1 million in 2022. It ain't the money. The one that's still unaccounted for, they didn't even reach $1 million. But he will not talk about that because it was the CDC-led administration. He will not talk about the Unity Party-led administration deficit that they left the country. These are public records that we are discussing. Jackie, there's no imagination we are talking about today. The disclaimer opinion of 2016 was $556 million United States dollars audit report. And you say under Gaffran, maybe that it means somebody stole, but under 2 it means stole the money, right? That is justification you're providing. This is wasteful attitude on your part as a Unity Party-led government. Today's statement is for all kind of names. That the maximum ingratitude because you want to get your power. He criticized the CDC more than criticizing the Unity Party. In fact, we can argue on the show. So now we say, my man, in fact, you never die. But today the entire Unity has launched an offensive because of maximum ingratitude. That is very dangerous. That has failed the country. You know, I never planned to ever go hard on him because I've had some soft spots for him. But for the fact for him to be so disingenuous and cannot account for $88 million United States dollars in the 2017-2018, $88-something million United States dollars unaccounted for by the same audit report. You could not say a point about that. He kept his mouth shut up and want to cherry pick 2023 when he could not even account 2016 for $556 million. Now look at the consultants. Who are those political czars on the listing? How much are they getting? What is the source of funding? What is specialization? What's the qualification? No. You compensate people on the basis of political interest for 2029. No. Is that the kind of country we wish to run? A finance minister who uses state resources for personal aggrandizement and uses the ministry, government property for political meetings. A man, a sitting head of state, sitting and you want to be president, a sitting vice president, sitting and you want to be president, you could overthrow the government. You could be charged for treason by the mismanagement of fundings of the Republic of Liberia. The University of Liberia, where Gaffran went to, the market women children, the better ball sellers, the pepper color sellers, their children there. You say I gave football people. In fact, do you know the LFA president said that $240,000 and Gaffran said he gave them $400,000? Oh yes.
But man, I want to talk now. Why the CEO not calling you to order? You talk for more than 5 minutes now. No, but you not talk for more than 5 minutes. I will not be on that show yet. They're giving you preference. They will not. If you talk we are not here as spectators. We not come here to wap about.
You will have your time to talk. I mean, the honorable general is speaking. You got to show him some respect, sir.
Oh man, you know when I say my picking and then you get there again. Yeah, but anyway, people.
Like what are you laughing for?
People are always small.
The man who took a 2025 budget allocation to pay for 2024 with all legislative approval, he should be handcuffed now and placed behind bars. Yes, he should be handcuffed because they didn't bring that money forward for 2025. The legislature approved for money in 2025. He took it and paid for 2024. He took the 2024 money, the money allocated for renovation of the University of Liberia, $1 million United States dollars. He abused that funding and he showed an audience that the University of Liberia received the money and would sit on this show and want to sugarcoat it. He did the same thing at the University of Liberia. Probably you don't know this. When he was charged and taken to the State Judiciary Council for corruption and embezzlement. You don't know that. He and Modu went into the same debate after an audit report. I will send you the information. The same thing, mismanagement and abuse of public funds. And want to sit here and sugarcoat and say it's good under this administration, but under CDC it was bad? Is that an argument? Somebody arguing that I left my job in Uganda, I came to help this country. Do you know what I mean to be finance minister of the country, where the man is making a determination on local debt payment of millions of dollars? You decide who money will go to and how much kickback you will get under the sponsor of your campaign for 2029. Do you know what I'm talking about? Those are hundreds of thousands of United States dollars we're discussing today.
Thank you very much, Ray. Can we continue on the ball? Thank you.
So send that
No, Say Jackie, my man Akara now. And please.
Thank you.
That will talk about all budget spending to sponsor the national team.
Thank you.
No, I'm not talking.
Great, thank you very much. Let's bring in Fidela Patrick. VP, talk to us.
So it's not wrong. All budget spending is not wrong.
Thank you now. I can't great, thank you.
No, I don't want to know.
VP, you're doing your closing and go
Akara spoke for 7 minutes, 28 seconds. Akara, General, with all due respect, you spoke for 7 minutes, 28 seconds. So, CEO, how many minutes do I have?
You got 2 minutes, sir.
Okay, no problem. Discrimination.
CEO, that's not fair.
So,
we close
let me. Oh, this is the closing, right?
Yes, sir.
So it was a very good show, but there are some inherent contradictions, and it is imperative to speak clearly. CEO, I've had a time to read the audit report, and I see many of us beating on the Minister of Finance. I'm not an accountant, but when an institution, a spending entity, is allotted in a budget, there are procedures. For example, the University of Liberia was one of the 12th institutions that failed to submit financial statements according to the GAC audit report. And this was necessary for the consideration of government's account. So the very university that we are advocating for, they failed to submit their financial statements as a requirement to get government funding. But we didn't talk about that. But holding other people accountable, they did not. They didn't do this. Before you get your money, the money is in the budget. We gotta be also honest. The UL has, according to the GAC audit report that I'm looking at, 31,113,410 United States dollars. Out of this money, we are told that some $29 million was given. That's fine. But in fact, in other standardized institutions, even though they failed to provide their financial statements, they still gave them this money. But we beat on other institutions, we beat on other ministries and agencies. I have said consistently, until the University of Liberia is audited, nothing good will come from there. I want to see involved professors and administrators who have siphoned, depleted state resources meant to clean the mess at our university. The second thing I wanted to say, CEO, we are shifting the blame to the Minister of Finance. There are 105 spending entities. These institutions, according to the audit report I'm looking at, money was disbursed to them. But they are reporting entities from those ministries and agencies. They have fundamental problem. So as a result, the institution that disbursed those money in the $700 million national budget, Minister of Finance, that was the one that disbursed the money. They have to account. They have to write Minister of Justice, Minister of Finance, Minister of Internal Affairs to give their report. They will compare everything to say, this is what we have to say. For me, what I see as a significant progress was the fact that the GAC audit report identified that money was dispersed to spending entities, but the reporting, like the document, they did not see document, they did not see appropriate documents to justify as to how the money was used. So I think the problem the Minister of Finance has, they have to work on that. They are not communicating well. You cannot be Jesus Christ. The Ministry of Finance must develop the courage to have the list of delinquent institutions to publish them annually. Liberian people will know that these are institutions that defaulted. They did not. Like we hear in another report, the University of Liberia was one of those institutions that failed to submit financial statements. The Ministry of Finance need to publish their names. So when the audit report comes, we already know that there are certain spending entities that fail to meet all certain obligations. The same way we go to school. When you don't pay your school fee, they put your name on delinquent list. If you are not performing, they put your name on delinquent list. Any visitor on our campus, they will know who are performing and who is not performing. The Ministry of Finance needs to develop such a method so that it cannot be like Jesus Christ. You're taking like $2.8 million, $8 million. So for an ordinary person, it just suggests that it is the Ministry of Finance that ate that money. But not knowing that the spending entity failed to provide report and the Minister of Finance is being prosecuted. So again, it was a very good show. But again, we need to be very honest. To press on the University of Liberia to be audited. If the UL, which has become the central of discussion, which I suppose we need to give them money, but cannot be giving money to an academic institution that is failing to provide financial statements to facilitate the disbursement of funds, and at the same time, they're requesting more. I don't think that is the only government institution we have in this country. They need to be audited, and anyone that is caught liable, looting, and depleting state resources, they should be on call. Thank you, CEO.
I didn't interrupt you. You said your piece, and we said thank you, Fundella Patrick. I didn't interrupt you. I have the highest.
No, you always call me Patrick's. I'm Mr. Patrick's. Fundella Rasta for Patrick's.
Yes, Fundella. Yes, Fundella. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you for correcting me. I didn't interrupt you. I want to put this up. This is the University of Liberia, Monrovia, Liberia, internal payroll for the month of August 2025. I want you guys to take a picture. I have the whole, you're asking for the payroll VP, and that's why I'm beginning.
No, I didn't ask for payroll. I did not mention. I said financial statements.
Fundella, hold on. Now, not everything you can yell on. You're interrupting too much now. You're making me mad.
No, but I did not ask for payroll.
So if you didn't, that's fine. Okay, now you, that Peter. Peter asked for payroll. So let me show you something. This is the month of August 2025. I want you to zoom in, guys. I want us to call this name. These names here. Listen, our country is in a mess. People asking and say, oh, we want audit, we want payroll. They just look at number 11, that Lester Tennings, number 11. Interim Vice President for Finance and Fiscal Affairs. So let's see, Liberian girls, $1,205. No, they say $1,205,320. That's the Liberian component, right? Let's see the proposed salary, $6,025. Original salary, $2,640. Increase amount, 3,000 days. Percentage increase, 128% the increase in salary. Find any name. I will share all of it. I will share all of it, and you can just decide what you want to do. I want you guys to take a picture. I will put everything up. And the reason why I know that to Lester Tennis, so I call his name first. So it's not there. George Gallier on red. Jay Zondo. Osumani Dole. They call it Zuba Osuma. They call it President Stephen W. Zuba. Edith Tappet. Andrew Dean. Abed Gonglowan. Henry Moba. Janke Sese. Momo Sharif. Diago Say Diago. Vivian Wule. Colin Bala. Let's go down. Solonta Topa. I will call some people name here. Some people double dipping. I want you all to catch the name. We get it. Somebody Massa Walker Play. Jones Elizabeth. All right. Just take this thing. You ready? I will put the other one up, okay? The person here I don't want to put, I won't put Mama Pan on the name up because I don't think I want to do that. Right? So I just sharing this thing with you guys. I will put the other list up. I know you guys is in the chat room, you're looking at it. Folks, I'll put all in the chat room. I'll give it the direct. We'll put it on the page, on our spoon page, for you to know how much the teachers are making. People that are working at the university, how much they're making. You can decide. And you want information, we'll give you information. When I say Gafan lying to the ministry, you'll get very with me. Some of you, but most of you appreciate me. That's why today Gafan spent almost 3 hours talking Tabata. I'm not here to please anybody. I'm here to fight for Liberia the best way God have led on my heart to do, and thank God for that. So let's close the show. We're going to go to Sis Jackie. I will upload all of these payroll for August. Just August. So, Darius, you know the point to pay yet? August 2025, that's why I'm putting up. August 2025. Then I'll put July up to. Anyone talk? We talk. Jackie, that close. I know you're looking at that list. Jackie, you want to talk again?
Sandra, you make me laugh.
No, for what, Mama? I just want to put the list up, Jackie.
Yeah, but you notice if you listen to all of the minister's interview today, he said he met with the school and the payroll needs to be reviewed. You were right here when Del Francis, the chief harmonizer, payroll harmonizer for the country, back in under WIA's leadership, when he harmonized civil servants pay
you want me to put
and they harmonized WIA's vote. So Del Francis said on this show on Friday night or Thursday night that when he did the harmonization for LU, there was an upward impact on the national budget to the tune of $15 million. President Weah inherited a budget for LU of $15 million, and he carried it up to $30 million through the harmonization that Del Francis did. And he said that was due to pay increase of the faculty. So we need to see what really, because I don't know how a budget goes up 100% just because of salary increase. But Del Francis said that on the show. And that was done under the leadership of Sam Toy. So on the issue of the audit, right? You know, audit is very interesting. It's very, very interesting. And unless you really are an accountant, you know, sometimes the terminology and stuff being thrown at people, the ordinary person may not understand it. There are two qualifying words. There's two words that separate this audit.
No, Jackie, Mommy said that 4. You said that 2. Which one will go in now?
No, I'm just speaking to 2 words. I said that two words in particular.
Two from there.
There are two words in particular
again.
that separate this audit in question versus the audit under Semtua, who was sanctioned by the international body. Adverse audit. The conclusion on the audit was that Semtua audit 2023 was adverse as opposed to this audit, which was qualified, considered a qualified audit. The difference is the adverse audit severely showed that a lot of things went wrong, misappropriation, can't find this, can't find that, cannot account for this funds, cannot account for that fund. The level of severity. So if you qualify the two audits from 1 to 10, 10 being worse, the 2023 audit was like a 9.5. This audit was like maybe a 5 or 4. So out of the $700 million that were audited, under this audit, $698 million of it, the GSC was able to account for all the documentation. It is only the $2.8 million worth of documentation that could not be located because of filing. Maybe the filing clerk somehow put it in the wrong box, and within that 5-day window that MFDP was given to find the documents, they were not able to find it because the paperwork is just huge. So whatever the filing clerk did, I'm sure at some point, yeah, should the minister see if he can locate those documents? Yeah, but it will take a much longer time for the filing clerk to go into that storage to go and find the documents, especially if the paperwork, maybe if the boxes are letter A to Z and the paperwork was also being X, maybe it's somewhere in J. So it's going to take a long time, box J, for them to find that documentation. So that's what happened to that $2.8 million. But there's a lot of things coming out. No, you please.
No, Jackie, I will leave the show with you. Jackie, I beg you. I'm not leaving. Jackie, I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving, Jackie. I beg you. I just asked. If I said thank you, I beg you. Thank God that you're here, but I'm going to leave the show with you. Okay? For great will close the show after your. Let me just run. I got a receipt for phone call. I got to run. I'm not shutting the show down. Okay? I just want to show this real quick. I will put the rest of it up. This is now payroll for the month of August, the office of the president only. This is Mama Paya office. If you see the one in green, right, the one in yellow, that is president, all right, they right there on yellow, that green. You see what they say, Mama Paya, that is president number 1. See her salary. I want you guys to take a picture and come down. You go to the vice president. Right? No, it's in the chat room. Just zoom in the chat room. I put it in the chat room. So you see, I'm a Mama Paya made. Mama Paya US component is $7,000.
Is that net or gross?
So wait, Jackie. Let me. The gross US component is $7,776.62. Okay, that's the gross US component, right? The LD component. The LD net is $1.1 million net LD, right? The USD net is $5,564.52. That's the net. All right. So I want you guys, for Liberian people, and I beg you, how you calling Darius? Please put this on the page. Tell the people to look at it. You want to know how much university people making from the president to the super? We'll show it to you. We have this document. The reason why we're covering on this document because we won't give the government a chance to really do the job. But if you go down, it is true. Mama Paya wanted to be safe. People are making less than $150. That's my point. So you look at Mama Paya carrying home $5,500 USD with 1.1 million liberty. You want to come down to the people that are working there. They are making less than $150. How can't you not say this Gaffa man is a bloody liar?
Is that after taxes?
And that's my point I'm making. How can't you not say Gafan is a bloody liar? There will be no way Gafan can tell us, say, people work in government and they are going home with over 150. Don't you push me. Don't push me. Because if you push me, I will be falling And I can tell you the truth, my friend. We have this information. There's not one ministry or entity in the Republic of Liberia we don't have information on. The people love themselves some spoon. I beg you, Fubi, you were coming, you wave me in Wakaduku, you gotta go. I know. She called you.
Send a quick question.
So I beg
after
you.
taxes?
Excuse me?
Was that the net 150, less than 150 after taxes? Because
well, and that's you asked me. Let me answer that.
He did all the payroll for the entire.
But you asked me. Let me. You want me to answer? You want to put blame on that, Francis?
Please answer the question.
You have a technical problem. We're not hearing you.
Can you hear me now?
Nah, not at all. We're not hearing you. Can you hear her? I'm not hearing her. Fubi, can you hear her?
Yeah. Well, couple Jackie on. Jackie, I never see brave woman like that in my life on talk show.
Jackie is so sweet. Seriously, I love messing with her. So Jackie, let me share the rest of the document in the chat room. Then you'll know whether it's girls or not. Gaffer lying to everybody, say people are going. Well, that thing that pisses me off. Listen, if you gotta fix it, Fubi, fix it. But let me tell people, say people not going gallon of water on the street. Don't tell us, say, rice price and can of $14. Don't tell us, say, that people are going home with less than 150. When they squeeze you, you say, oh, I'm talking about gross. That gross people will eat? That the one that people care home. That why they will eat. Are we stupid at Gafra? That gross will eat? The one that you put in my pocket, the one that will put my hand in my pocket and take off. That my wife will say money on the table. That's what we're talking about. You know we in America? You guys say gross. I don't eat gross. No, Jackie. No, because Gafra is a liar, right? I don't eat gross.
Francis adjusted the payroll.
Jackie, wait. I want to people to hear this, right?
After taxes
Wait, Jackie, I beg you, Fubi, which one you can give your wife and your children? That gross you can give them? The one that you take home. That one interesting to Liberian people. Then you can look at it and I say gross. Who care about your gross? The gross for the government. The taxes for the government. The one I carry home. That the one that people looking at. The one I put on the table and say, I'm a paycheck here. That is cash. Go tell someone that man bury woman in the bush and tell say you get out that gross they pay you. The woman say you steal the money. So how you responsible that you took the money off? But just stop this thing, man. But I gotta go, guys. Have a good one. I have to go.
Yeah, so yeah.
Just
Fubi, go ahead.
In case I go up on, then you can take over. But I think Fubi should go ahead.
Yeah, so it was it was a good show. Good. Everybody will push and drive their agenda, and that's their own point of view, and that's the beauty of it. We'll all not be on the same side. We'll all be able to give our own critical analysis as we see it. And it's only fair that we all engage it and respect each other. But like I said earlier, I think somebody from who are getting vexed. I said Gafan is better than Tue. And you go Ikana, Gafan is still better than Tue. There were a lot of damages that were done. The difference between the two regimes, and these reports that we're having now, then they were suppressed. You didn't see them coming up like this. So, and that's why you can now highlight the damages. But in comparison, the damages done by Samuel Tue and the way he managed his finance ministry is far worse than what's happening now. But it's still not something to cheer for. That's why the government needs to still do better and correct all of those little things. You might not necessarily commit fraud, but if you cannot give the auditors the evidence that they need to ensure that they write their report properly, it's on you. It's not on the auditors. Because the auditors will come and you prepare the report. The father prepare the report. All those items that are listed in the report, the different line figures that are stated there, you prepare them. You use documents to prepare them. So the auditors cannot come and ask you for those same documents that you said they're not available. So you have to deal with those that are managing your archives. And those are paper trails. They have to be there because you prepare the report and you use the very document for the preparation of the report. The report they didn't prepare itself. The document they didn't go and just put their figures in the report. So they need to do that. So that's something that all auditors supposed to learn. When you have auditors, as much as possible, ensure that you clear all of the doubts of the auditors. Because when they finish writing that report, audit, definitely you're coming to talk about that commentary. The way the public will perceive it, this one is they will take it any kind of way. Whether it will see that the minister said story, or that a boy that honor his story, or the agency didn't give in their report, so he just wrote it. Everything gonna be on you because you are accounting for all of those agencies. They're not going to go to those agencies and beat their heads. They're all saying Ministry of Finance because Ministry of Finance is under obligation to report for every revenue and expenditure of government. So you owe it to the public to do that. So clear your issues. Don't give room for people to come and beat you and tell you, say, oh, you stole money or you did this. You know, I always tell my team the same thing. I say, look, you guys are the accountants here. All these other departments, when you have auditors, they will be home drinking beer, drinking soft drink, and laying down with their girlfriend, their wives. You have to answer for them. So ensure that you deal with them and pressurize them to get all your documents intact. Because at the end of the day, when you ready to account for them, they're not going to be around to help you to do your report. You're not going to be around to engage auditors. So that's the same thing government need to understand. The blame now is on the ministry, and you have to clear some of those doubts for the public. And so thank you. And let's keep engaging. It's good for the public discourse. Thank you.
Jackie.
Mr. Gray.
Ram,
Oh,
yeah.
I'm going now. I'm going.
Yeah, you should be there.
Okay.
Ram,
All right.
you want to go?
Yeah, I can go. I won't stay long.
Okay.
You know, one thing I know, definitely a lot of people come here to make case for how the man will be president 2029, how the person will be this person in 2029. But then when some of us talk, you say I'm looking for a job. You're already giving somebody a job, looking for a job for someone, but I don't have the right to talk unless I'm looking for a job. That is the only comment I will make regarding those people say, when me looking for a job, Fube looking for a job. You are fighting for somebody to get a job 2029. You get right more than me. That's your poor menicati, as they say in the Pele language. But and I know I agree with Fubi. Definitely, auditors are not getting missing. That's one big difference between the last time and now. Now people can publish, go to bed, interpret their findings, go to bed and sleep safe and sound and wake up the next day. They're not going to find them deceased in a car or somebody's body, being gashed and thrown somewhere. That's the difference. And if you ask me, I agree with Fubi. This government is doing by far better than its predecessor. You may not like me for that. That's your choice. That's politics. But the way I see things, Gafwa is by far a better finance minister than, let's not forget, if the last administration had done so well, they would have been re-voted into power. They made some error. Until they own up to those errors, they will continue to lose at the polls because they have to firstly recognize that they made mistakes. That's why they were now re-voted into office. But I will ask Gafwan to be more open, be more pervasive in explaining the issues, especially come on friendly territories. Don't go only where they'll praising you, because you know what? People at that level don't tell you the truth. Come here and face the like of Akaras that will look at you in the eye and tell you you've done this. Come and see Darius Doe. Come and meet Stanton, who is not going to mince his word. That's where you take a cue form to go and correct yourself. Look, that's the bad and good thing about having somebody who praises you versus somebody who doesn't. You go to bed sound and safe if someone praises you, but when someone talks, put you on the spot, you go to bed, eyes open, gazing the ceiling, where we will do better the next time. My only thing about the university here, I'm looking at Lester Tenney alone. I don't know if that's how they agree, but his salary went up by 300%. Why? He's probably next to the president of the university. Tell me I'm ignorant as to how the salary scheme were determined, but certain people getting $90 to take home. A maintenance person there takes home no less than $120. Now, what is going on here is the fact that we advocate for better livelihood only for ourselves, but we don't care about the next man. How can you determine one person's salary soaring up by 300% from 2.6 to 3.025? So $6.025,000. Forget about the Liberian component. That's inhumane to do that to anybody. And I will hope that the president of the university will sit and look at the salary structure. Is it because this man is the head of the finance department at the university? Is that why his salary went up so much? Why the other man who comes in to clean the university will get sort of peanuts that will not even take him through for an entire month? We get that kind of small, limited salary. I think it was unfair. We'll have to go back and look at that. I'm looking at the structure, the pay structure, the proposed pay structure, the centers. It doesn't make sense for University of Liberia, Jackie. I'm done.
I can close
No,
up.
you didn't last, my man. You were close.
Let Jackie hear you with me.
After Jackie away, then you were close. What would take you, don't take Jackie, then I will close.
Yeah, you and Jackie give with me. So it was a great move.
Jackie, you want for us to go with you, right? Don't go with
Yeah,
Jackie.
I can go.
You would
I can go.
After yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Jackie,
Thank you so much. This was a great show today. Y'all can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Good topic being discussed. I always like it when we discuss anything relating to the economy, and to the people's pockets. The Liberian people what their financial status is. But here's the thing. On the issue of LU, I think the finance minister met with the staff, and they have to, in reference to what Colonel Remy Gray just said, there has to be some review of the payroll. Semtua did a harmonization that took the budget of LU from $15 million. It was an upward impact on the national budget to $30 million. And that $15 million upward variance, was only to salary. Del Francis, the chief harmonizer, payroll harmonizer of the entire country, under the leadership of Semtoe, said it here on Spoon last week that they did to some level of harmonization, but it was an upward impact on the payroll by $15 million, taking UL payroll, budget from $15 million to $30 million by the time President Weah left office. So with all the money, most of the money going towards payroll, there's a call and a need now to review the payroll again to see what's actually going on with the payroll. And I think that's going to happen very soon. And I'm sure after they go through the payroll, there will be some savings that will go towards infrastructure development and supplies and equipment that for the school and for the students. So we look forward to that. There are a lot of good things that are happening with this government, with the Ministry of Finance, the MCC. We are getting grants, we are getting financial support. The budget, the audit report show that the audit was qualified, meaning, yeah, there may be one or two things here, but overall, the audit report was not bad. Out of $700 million audit, $698 million worth of documents were accounted for. It's only the $2.8 million that somehow the paperwork still needs to be located. And I'm sure Minister Gaffan will find that documentation at some point. But imagine the volume, 1 day volume of documentation from the Ministry of Finance. Then just imagine 1 month or 12 months volume. It can fit a whole ship. So it's going to be very difficult to find documents if documents are misplaced. This does not mean that the Minister of Finance shouldn't correct that error. They should. And that's why they say they're going to go digital to make sure that the paperwork is sometime in the future. For Ministry of Finance, everything will go digital, where you have the hard copy as well as the digital copy, which makes it easier to locate documents as they need it. So we look forward to that positive change. In respect to the foreign ministry, we discussed the foreign ministry today. The foreign minister, Deputy Minister do agree. Let's make it clear that yes, she is going to take on another task. She has served the finance ministry, the foreign ministry directly. And the task that she's taking on, while it's not directly linked to the foreign ministry, indirectly there is some linkage to it. She's going to be representing the president of ECOWAS in Togo. And technically it has nothing directly to do with the foreign ministry, but this is something that the president and the foreign minister endorse, and they wish her well. There is no standoff between she and the foreign minister. She is leaving peacefully and going on to take on another role outside of Liberia, which is going to represent our country, which is good. And I'm looking forward to that. And congratulations, Minister Gray. And the foreign minister is doing a fantastic job. Yes, sometimes, and it happens. There will be something between this person and that person. But the foreign minister overall is the direct boss, even though you may have appointed employees. And what has happened. But we congratulate the foreign minister for all that she has accomplished this year, even last year, especially with the UNSCR and some of the positive changes at the foreign ministry. So overall, thank you so much for this. Liberia is getting better. The lives of the Liberian people are getting better. At the same time, we still have a lot of work to do to transform our country into a low middle income country, and everybody in this country matters, be it rich or poor. We all matter. One Liberia, one peace in union, strong success is always for sure. Thank you very much. Wonderful
Thank
show
you very
today.
much.
We will fix this country. We will fix this country.
Just a
Okay.
minute.
So it was a great show. I will conclude by saying, by encouraging actually Jackie, BCS Jackie, for the most part, to go and read the GAC report and come back to the Liberian people and apologize for the misrepresentation of the statement contained in it. The GAC 2024 audit report on the consolidated account is 85 pages. There is no way it will be about 2.8 million. 85 pages document. Several transactions were documented by the GAC that the Ministry of Finance, could not show evidence of transaction, of payment, or receipt. When you document all of that, we're talking about over 115 million, that there is no proper documentation. There is lack of evidence of payments or receipts. Go and read the GAC report and come back to apologize to the Liberian people. Minister Gaffan intentionally highlighted only one of the findings to do his comparison. Even at that, he said 96 million CDC could not account for it in 2023 in the audit report. But yours audit report for 2024, if you combine all of the transactions that have a problem, no documentation, no record, contradiction, when you combine all, we are talking about over 115. So either way, you are not even celebrating over CDC. You are not. For 12 years, Unity Party could not get what we call qualified opinion. CDC got 2 qualified opinion, one special, one in 2021 and one in 2022. We didn't celebrate that because qualified opinion still shows that you have issues. The auditor have problem with documentation with some of the records. Today is celebrating qualified opinion when you cannot account for over 115 million. The 2.8 million what Minister Gaffan is talking about is off-budget spending. Expenditure that exceeded the budget appropriation. The second thing I want Minister Gaffan to reconsider his statement today and address the issue at the University of Liberia. Audit report shows that you did not give the University of Liberia 2.6 million in 2024, not 16,000. Go back to the GSC report and read the management statement. Go and read Minister Gaffan's statement on the disbursement at UL. Then you come on EFBC today and lie to the Liberian people. When you wrote something else in your management response, and then today you come out, you say you acknowledge the 2.6 million that you honor disbursed to UL. But today you come, you say that 16,000. That is hypocrisy, that deception. And as the final minister, you should not be telling the lies. It's dangerous. It's provoking. The university is asking for 500,000. They have now exhausted their 2025 budget, which is 34 million. Today he's saying the 500,000 is off budget that they are requesting it. Let's agree 30 million or 31 million goes to salary. No. The university should still have operational budget. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for respecting the time. I just wanted to create a code rebuttal because you know there's government. Okay, the first thing is that the current administration cannot cancel harmonization because harmonization is an act of the legislature. The campaign against harmonization, but they have refused in 2 years' time to cancel harmonization. The legislative agenda by the Liberian Constitution is set by the President of the Republic of Liberia. That's why he, in his State of the Nation address, he gets very clear. So, for the President to refuse in his legislative agenda to present a bill to repeal or amend harmonization is offended on itself by the Unity Party-led administration or campaign commitment to the Liberian people. Jackie struck a very important point. Professors were making as low as $800. The working year on harmonization, they did not reduce it, they took it to $2,000. Medical doctors were making $800. Ask them, we took it to $2,000 and some more United States dollars. So in terms of harmonization reduction, they didn't affect them. The $150 minimum pay, it was part of the Harmonization Act. But it had to take some time. So about 28,000 of those people were graded at minimum of $150,000 minimum. 5% were left for Gaffan to act on. So that's why he acted on, or he has acted on in terms of the $150. So there's not a strange thing. I think what the CDC government didn't do, they didn't provide the kind of information we're providing today. And a bit on the CDC for lack of sufficient information dissemination. Other report, my senior brother Remy says something very important. Every year there have been audit report of various governments, from Ellen Johnson-led administration to the We-Are-led administration. But you cannot blame the CDC for not highlighting the audit report. It was the responsibility of the opposition to highlight the audit report. They didn't highlight it. So under your government, we are highlighting the audit report. I remember John Modu highlighted the audit report. But under our administration, your failure to perform as an opposition while in opposition to highlight the audit report, you cannot blame the government for that because it was published. It's on the GSC website, even up to date. The only audit report I've not seen on the GSC website is the 2023 audit report, which was done in 2024. I heard Gaffan talking about it. We're still looking for it. We cannot see it because the audit was done under this administration, the 2023 audit report that he alluded to. We need to see a copy of it. And we're going to raise that issue with the GSC. I'm going to raise that issue because we need to see it. So to say that we're happy now that we're discussing audit report, it's not because you have the privilege to discuss it. It's not because you want to discuss it, because we are elevating the discussion. A discussion that you did not initiate under the CDC-led administration. I would disagree with people. When you say a finance minister is better than this other finance minister, okay, let's be as realistic as we can be. All of the policies put into place by the CDC-led administration in terms of the economic policies, even President President Boyka said something very important in State of the Nation address. He said the arrest agenda is built on the foundation of the payroll agenda. He's very clear on that in the State of the Nation address. We can play that tape tomorrow. He said this arrest agenda is built on the foundation of the payroll agenda. And who had the payroll agenda? It's the CDC. So they have not diverged from the programs and policy. For somebody to argue, say auditors were being killed. I don't know auditors at GSC were being killed. We say auditors were being killed. This government committed herself to prosecute people, quote unquote, the rent or campaign on it. I wish you had Remy Grad, a police director of the country, or maybe somebody at the LSCC. You understand? So that you can go after people that you think. But this government has failed. So you can see that just propaganda, the runway, okay, they came to power. You can't live in the better of propaganda. And we struck a very important point on the show tonight. The government, there are opinions when it comes to the audit report. You got the issue of disclaimer, you got average, you got qualified, and you got unqualified, Remy. Remy, if you go back to the 12-year administration of the Unity Party, and you look at just the 2016-2017, the 2017-2018, if you look at it, they had disclaimer, that the least. We took it from disclaimer to average. We didn't stop to average, we took it to qualified. They should be taking it now from qualified to unqualified. That's the highest level. But it's still unqualified and we're unqualified. It's not that record, Remy, you were one of the best that we admire when we entered the University of Liberia. Our freshman student, you were there. I think you were junior, senior by then. We admire you under the political power hall. When we come here, we come with facts. We're not coming with imagination to say, oh, get qualified now. Didn't the CDC have qualified? Yes, the CDC had qualified in 2021, or the report. Yes, the CDC had qualified in 2022, or the report. Yes, the Unity Party did not have average. They have disclaimer, we on the list, and we took them from disclaimer to average, and we took them to qualify. And in 2 years, they are still unqualified. When they reach to unqualified, then I mean they have transitioned from where we left them. Just in 2016, 556 million, the entire budget money. The GSC said we can't find no paper for it. No paper. So it's not strange. It's not strange. 2017, 2018, $88 million they couldn't find paper for. But Gafon cherry pick, and this is the hypocrisy. This is the deception we're talking about. But ladies and gentlemen, we are two people on the show here today. Thank you for being very tolerant, okay, including myself, the third person, I don't know who in studio. But I think it was a good show, and the exchange of ideas are very important. Like you said, I don't have to be on the show for Gafon. You can question, we can come and make the analysis after everything. I don't have a problem with that. But the fact of the matter is that he has not been able to manage domestic revenue generated for road rehabilitation construction, for payment of salaries, for rehabilitations across the country, for education, for health, for business social services. He had not been able to do that. So what is in is what we call a laboratory of experiment. In the 12 years, the donor money were coming international, billions of dollars were given. They used it to pay salary, they used it to pay with hand pumps, they used it to do this to help the educational sector. So this money, the space of spending is small. So it's strange to Gafon. When people make barrage of allegations against you, like the guy came on air yesterday, or day for yesterday, he made a lot of allegations. It's serious. Nobody should fool and say, I left my job to come and make sacrifice for Liberia. I found out business. There's no sacrifice. Nobody should say that. Nobody should ever say that. Okay? You're not sacrificing nothing because you are getting paid and you are properly paid. You control the wealth and resources of the country. You make direction. You abuse the budget of the country, money that should have been spent for a particular allocation in 2024. You diverted it. You lied that it was used. Then you come back, you take 2025 money and send it there, and you say you want audit, you want the LSCC to intervene in 2023. They can intervene in 2016. We are open to that. You can intervene now and hang out somebody for $2.something million and $1 million university funds. The LSCC needs to investigate those matters, because if you can prosecute Samuel Tour for off-budget spending, then what's about Gafon? So you see the unfair nature of the debate. It's unfair. And that is not fair to us. So I just want to say good night to all. Nice being here. I hope we can have ample time. Who's our in studio? Who in studio? I think we'll just leave, and then we'll pick up. So Jackie, go off now. I'm waiting for you to go off.
All right. Well, call the studio.
I think we should call the studio before we leave. There are 3 people behind there.
Yeah.
Maybe it's Nelson.
Nelson.
Can someone wake him up?
Wow.
He has a show coming on, so even if we leave the show, we'll just be left idle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's see.
So Nelson, come on. Let's end the show. Well, Akaras, the only thing I'm saying, a great general is only revered when he takes the war to the enemy. If you go only to friendly territory, you're not a general, you're a coward. So sometimes, sometimes
him, right?
Huh?
You got that before Gafwan, right?
Yeah, way before him.
Yeah. I know you got that way before him. So, but tell it, man, are your man. I want your Gafwan soup.
Well, I refused to be a soup member back then when I was there, and that was a different bar. I mean,
you didn't?
Going. Well, we are the founding member of the
coalition.
The coalition. Studa.
Okay, our member of Studa.
Yeah, Studa coalition.
Yeah, our member of Studa.
So I transitioned from SIM, and then we founded Studa, so that we had this coalition with the same Double Jala and others. But anyway, it's good to come and
go up. When you finish, then we can go up so that we'll close from there.
Yeah, our man. I mean, you can beat on tour as much as you want, but if you give him the opportunity, we'll talk. That's why I blame you guys when you guys stop coming on Spoon, because this was the stage, which you should have made your case. Well, look, take it or leave it. I know some of you guys have your own individual followers, but Spoon is a global platform. When you fail to come here, somebody will interpret your error for you, and you're not going to be able to undo that globally. You can do that within a small circle of loyalists watching you, but it's not adequate for you to make the case globally. That's why it was an error on the part of the CDC to have even come here in the beginning and make their case. And, you guys felt that running away from Spoon was going to, at least you're not hearing that narrative. So it put you on a peaceful pathway. But is that a winning strategy? Being a soldier on strategy, I would say no. Take the fight to the enemy, and you know exactly how the enemy think and feels. Akaris.
So you have asking Gafwan to take the fight to the enemies. We are the enemies. Yeah. You're speaking ironically. You say one thing to me and
the thing about it, you had him spending all that number of time on Stanton. But the issue is not about Stanton. The issue is about allegations made and you addressing those allegations, to make you appear more credible. And that's what this whole issue is about.
So we have to leave.
Oh, it's on?
Yeah, they're closing up.
Okay. But normally it shows up, so